Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the October 11th meeting of the Big Bear Lake City Council. We are going into open session right now before we go into closed session. So first of all, I'll ask for a roll call, please, Rebecca.
Councilmember Segovia.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Melnick.
Here.
Councilmember Moe. Here. Councilmember Herrick.
Here.
Mayor Pets.
Here. Thank you. Closed session communications. Any member of the public is entitled to speak on closed session agenda items. If you wish to address any other items listed on the agenda, you must do so during open session. And of course, the typical 3-minute rules still apply. So we will get started with Rick Snow.
City Council, during Alan Lee's tenure, you enacted rules, procedures to constrain his never-ending information demands on the city manager, Frank Rush. They included a 20-minute time limit on staff time, productions of reams of information, as well as permitting the city manager, Rush, to spend up to $24,500 without city council approval. These rules were temporary and enacted to constrain Alan Lee and were to be rescinded upon his departure from City Council. Those rules are still in place and are regularly used by the current city manager to spend taxpayers' money as he wishes, which he regularly does, spending our money without restraint. We formally request that all City Council members immediately rescind the Alan Lee rules and return our city management to responsible and transparent operations. I will appreciate that these comments be included in the full minutes of today's City Council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Tom Sitton.
Thank you very much. Oh, I should just get a house here, it'd be easier. Okay, first of all, we're speaking about Eric's son here, supposedly. I agree with what the San Clemente web page says about Eric. This sounds very similar to what's happening here in Big Bear Lake. Okay, this is written. This next paragraph is out of their web page. Residents have accused him of being non-responsive, unpersonable, politically motivated, and slow to act. God, I need some new glasses. When he was selected as city manager, Councilwoman Laura Ferguson was the sole no vote, saying, "We can do better." I am pleased and looking forward to getting a new manager to serve the city better than he did, she said. We have enough people in management dictatorship, Ferguson said. We need someone who can be ahead of the curve rather than being reactive. Someone that's not political and serves at the will of the council. Not we, the city manager, and that just hasn't and decides to ignore and implement things in his own words. I hope you can understand that I'm not that good of a speaker, of course. Eric's son hired code enforcement employees to sick on our Big Bear Lake residents and businesses. We cannot afford it, nor do we need more code enforcement employees to make our lives miserable. We need him to live up to the oath that he swore to serve we the people, us right here. Eric's son has caused chaos and fear to all of the village. Code enforcement gave fines to our school kids. They're just having a car wash. Oh my God, that was horrible. Code enforcement under Eric's son's command has been fining everyone for minor reasons, and should ease up in today's, I wrote this and I can't read it anyway, and should ease up in today's Herrick world of inflation. Erickson, again, I'm sorry, sir, but you didn't make it in San Clemente, and you aren't going to make it here. You're not going to last very long with treating the people the way that you're treating them, and none of you are either. Anyway, thank you very much. Oh, I'm not supposed to say thank you. Bye.
I'll say thank you. Thank you, Tom. Cindy Dupree.
Hi, good afternoon.
You know, I try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. I've been in Big Bear since 1992, been a part of the village. And we got to the point where under Frank Rush, I felt like he had a respectful process, and he would at least listen and get along with us. The city council is directly over Eric's son, and they should be also responsible and hearing about the actions that are taking place in the city right now. The code enforcement has gotten out of control. I know you guys have heard this over and over and over again. I don't know who enacted and gave them that kind of power to be rude and absolutely horrifically rude to people in the street, even some of our business owners. This all has to do with leadership. It all rose downhill, and every one of you know that. From the city council, who's over our city manager, from the city manager, who's over our staff. And I know there's been a lot of complaints and upheaval within the community, within the staffing of the city, and I think it's got to stop. We have situations where Eric is over planning, but no one's actually really informing some of the people in the village about what's going on. It's not just about the owners in the village, it's about the Airbnbs. We are the people that have lived and have seen so much in this town, especially us since 1992 and before. And we don't need to continue to repeat the same thing over and over and over again. We fight it, we fix it, then we find ourselves going back and fighting it, fixing it again. I just think it's time. We have traditional things that are going on in the city. You know, one of the things that it was in the charter is that the city does not have unlimited powers under Article 11, Section 5 of the California Constitution. We, the people of Big Bear, the Voter Coalition, the Sherman Act says you cannot impede trade and commerce. That's a $100 million fine per corporation under the Constitution. And I don't think that this city can afford that. We need to do something about our leadership, and we need to do it now. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Cindy. Dan Gilbranson.
Good afternoon. I feel like I shouldn't have to be here at all to speak, but because of your imaginary transparency that you want to have, and I wish more people would be here because we do need them, but because we have a carpetbagger and the city council had no due diligence on when hiring them, and I don't know how that happened, but there's also another person that had no great reference. But you know, back in the old days when King Solomon was confronted with two new mothers, one dead baby and one alive baby, which seems to be happening now in Israel, he had good wisdom and judgment. I really don't see that in this palace. Our city manager definitely does not have good judgment or wisdom. He acts as a typical government person. It's power and it's money, along with control. Way overreaching control. We the people, when we say little or nothing at all, this is what happens. But this large septic tank is going to end. There are going to be people responsible for things. They're going to act properly. They're going to do ethical things. Not just say that we're a charter city. We're not a podunk city, we're a charter city. So what you have in this septic tank is a wide open door, completely wide open, for corruption. Where are the reviews? Where are the leaders? Where are the leaders? Where's our tax money going? Who's watching it? This is like a hen house. The foxes are watching it. You elected officials are here to review the actions of our hired help, who knows how to wield power. All of you know the stories about this man, Rotary, the old man that he hung up on, and I'm sure there's many more. I'm sure of it. Like the leftover funds from the Rathburn Creek and other leftover funds. They're going to buy Pongs and use these leftover money.
Thank you, Dan.
There will be more to come. Thank you.
Is there anybody else here that would like to speak on any closed session items before we adjourn to closed session? Okay, if not, we will actually recess to closed session, and we expect to reconvene open session at 5 p.m. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the October 11th, 2023 meeting of the Big Bear Lake City Council. We are reconvening into open session. We're just coming back from closed session, which our city attorney will report on in a bit. If you could please stand and join me first for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Melnick, will you lead us, please, in the pledge?
Please join me in honoring our flag. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Perry. The events calendar for the Performing Arts Center includes the following items. On October 21st at 7 p.m., the Fools of Big Bear present an improvisational theater Halloween show. On October 28th at 2 p.m., and with a second showing at 7 p.m., the Bear Valley Unified School District will present Scary Tales. For tickets, you can contact the box office at 909-866-4970 or visit citybigbearlake.com. Moving on to presentations, we have some new employees to introduce. If Erica and Alan could please come to the podium.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight I have the pleasure of introducing Alan Mondragon, who began working for the city in the Management Services Department recently on September 12th. Alan's primary responsibilities within the department include providing IT support, implementing the city's new Citizens Request Management software and related CRM app, providing data analysis and reporting, and other various special projects. Alan is well suited to complete these tasks, having obtained a bachelor's degree in public administration from Cal State San Bernardino and a master's degree in business analytics recently from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. He also has related public sector experience, having worked in procurement at Chaffey College and completing a data and operational analysis job for the California Department of Public Health. In addition, he has successfully completed an extensive data analytics project for Netflix in conjunction with his master's degree program. It also should be noted that Alan is bilingual and is fluent in Spanish, which will also be a great asset to the city of Big Bear Lake. All of Alan's past experience have helped prepare him to have a successful first month with the city, in which he has been primarily focused on coordinating updates to the city's vacation rental notification and permitting processes, which Eric will elaborate on further later in tonight's meeting. I also wanted to mention that Alan has a very supportive immediate family, a wife, which happens to be his high school sweetheart, and their 18-month-old son, who keep them both very busy on their toes. So please join me in welcoming Alan Mondragon to the city's team. We definitely look forward to the positive contributions that you're going to make to this organization and for our community.
Yeah, so thank you everyone for their time. Just want to thank first and foremost Eric and Eric for allowing me this opportunity. I'm very grateful for it. And lastly, I just want to thank my family for their constant support. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan, and welcome. Next, if we could have Jason and Bryce, please.
Good afternoon. I'm here to introduce to you a new Public Works employee, Bryce Kuntz. He's a parks facility maintenance worker. Truth be told, he is not a new employee. He's a former employee of here. He started at 2014 of March as a temporary hire, and then he became full-time in July of 2015. He was a parks facility maintenance worker 1. Then he promoted to street maintenance worker 2 in July of 2017. And then July of 2021, he transferred over to the wastewater division. Unfortunate events for him, personal injuries. He had to remove himself from the city, and luckily we had an opening for him to come back and take it on. So he does have experience with Public Works from the past, like I was saying. He was also an operator. He's plowed the city streets with snow operations with the loader, operated the blowers. He pretty much can run most of our equipment at the Public Works yard. Again, welcome back, Bryce Kuntz.
Thank you guys for having me back, and I'm looking forward to serving the citizens in the city once again.
Thank you, Bryce. Welcome. Okay, if I could have any appropriate employees from the Community Development Department meet me at the podium, please.
I grabbed my planners up here. They're being shy.
Don't be shy. Okay. Thank you, everyone. So I have a proclamation to present that recognizes October of this year as Community Planning Month. And I won't read the entire thing, but I'll pick out some excerpts that change is a constant, and change affects all cities, towns, suburbs, countries, boroughs, townships, rural areas, and other places. Community planning and plans can help manage this change in a positive way, providing better choices for where people live, work, and play. The planning process provides an opportunity for all residents to be involved in making meaningful choices that determine the future of their community. And the full benefits of community planning require public officials and citizens who understand, support, and demand excellence in planning and consistent plan implementation. And therefore, it is my honor to offer this proclamation to our planning staff that proclaims October 2023 as Community Planning Month. And I just want to say I appreciate all the work that you do to make our community and our planning process better. So thank you. Did you have anything you wanted to say?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for this recognition. I'm going to hand this off to Andrew to hold. So we are always very excited to include, the community in our efforts. For this month, we've done this proclamation a couple of years now. We've never really had the opportunity to have events. So last week, we actually had a special event permit workshop where we invited all the past special event promoters. So we kind of are using that as a kickoff for our very first event. It was very successful, really happy and proud of that. We have it on our YouTube channel apparently, so we have that available. And then because we're kind of on a roll, we're very excited. In conjunction with our planning commissioners, we are going to have lunch with the planners next week before our next planning commission meeting on October 18th, so that's a Wednesday. So from 11:30 to 1, we would like to invite the public to come have a very informal meet and greet with the planners. I'll have all my staff there. We've reached out to the planning commissioners. I see Chair Hollybeck is here. They have made themselves available for that as well. So it'll be an informal meet and greet, but certainly we're going to be happy to talk about what we do day in, day out. If there's any questions about development, how the permit processes work, or anything, we're happy to answer that. We will have some of our handouts available to share with the public, and we just want to really promote this opportunity as a month to celebrate planning, because it really has a lasting effect on the community. And we really, my team is amazing, and I think they really like what they do and contributing and seeing the lasting effects. So thank you for the recognition.
Very good. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, results of closed session. City Attorney Deitch, do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. The council met in closed session earlier this afternoon to consider the one item listed on the agenda under closed session. The council did not complete its discussion and has in its discretion the ability to recess to a continued closed session if it wishes after the open session this evening, if time permits and the council wishes to do so. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Steve, and we'll make that determination at the end of the evening, at the end of open session. We'll figure that out. Okay. Public communication. If you haven't filled out a card and you would like to speak, please fill out a card. They're available over there, and you can hand them to our city clerk. At this time, general public comment is permitted only on consent calendar items and other matters not listed on the posted agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. Public comments on specific items listed on the posted agenda, such as public hearing and discussion or action items, will be taken later in the meeting when the item is called for discussion. When addressing the City Council, please keep the following in mind. State law prohibits the City Council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda and therefore prevents the City Council from replying to most public comments. Each speaker has a 3-minute maximum time limit subject to adjustment at the discretion of the presiding officer. Participants cannot cede their speaking time to another person. To help ensure a respectful and efficient meeting, Please address the council directly, not the audience, and refrain from disruptive comments and applause. And finally, we appreciate your attendance and your participation in our local government. One final thing that I would add is that because these are our business meetings and we have specific things that we need to get through, and of course we want to balance that with the opportunity for the public to weigh in, we may split up public comment and allow an hour at the beginning of the meeting and then allow more time so that everybody can be heard later on in the evening. However, it doesn't look like we have enough comments tonight to have to do that, so I'm assuming, depending on how things go, that we will be able to accommodate all the public comment here initially now. So we will go ahead and get started with Rick Snow.
City Council, given the never-ending controversy around Eric Sudd's mismanagement of our city, we petition you to place on your November agenda a discussion about changing our city charter. That change would be from a council city manager form of government to a mayor-council government structure. This government structure calls for a mayor who serves as the chief executive and is directly elected by the voters. A separately elected city council which serves as a legislative body. Our Big Bear Lake population averages about 6,000 people. We are a very small town and do not need a highly paid city manager, and in our case, 1 assistant city manager and 3 deputy assistant managers. Our current city manager has 60 employees compared to other comparable cities that have 20. Big Bear Lake does not need and cannot afford a huge bureaucracy. The citizens of Big Bear Lake request that you place on the November agenda for public debate. The Big Bear Lake Voter Coalition stands by and ready to undertake an initiative that would enable voters to vote for a city mayor. We formally request that you place this on the matter on a November agenda and convene a special city council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Tom Sitton. Tom Sitton?
I couldn't get this printed, so I did the best I could. Okay, I am Tom Sitton, owner of 2 village businesses and an organizer of the Village Retail and Restaurant Association. We are 55-plus village business owners strong and growing. We are also the Big Bear Lake Voter Coalition, 1,000 strong and growing. And we the people of BigBear.com, period. We are now united and we have enough people to recall all of the city council members. Think about that, because we do. We are for all events, but we do not want our village roads closed. I want to repeat that. We do not want our village roads closed, period. The exception will be July 4th, Christmas tree lighting, Halloween, and the car show, which are all traditional, and we've been doing those for years and years without closing the roads. Well, I mean, anyway, you know what I mean. Really closing the roads all day. Big Bear Lake is branded, and people come from all over the world. We do not have to cater to the likes of Kodiak, UTMB. No more sneak attacks. Please, no more sneak attacks. Let us know what you're trying to do way in advance, and maybe we'll help you. We held this event in the Christmas tree lot for years, and we have never closed the roads. Never have closed the roads for the Kodiak 100. Move the Kodiak race to Moon Ridge or keep it as it was. We have enough natural causes to close our roads. Fiscal year 2023 flyer, City Council is at the top of our city. City Attorney, then our City Attorney here next on the left. Then we have the City Manager right in the middle. And we also have the Planning Commission on the right-hand side and the rest of the building staff here. Can everybody see that? I'm sure you can. And I'm sure you know what it is, okay? The most important one is missing, okay? And I added it here to the top just in case you don't see it. The most important one that is missing is we the people of BigBear.com. the ones you took an oath to serve. We are the sovereign people. Quit making me repeat myself, please, because I'm sick of it. United we stand, united we win. Period.
Thank you, Tom. Helen Walsh.
Thank you so much.
You know what? I'm just as crippled. I'm just a little
Are
bit
you?
better.
I just don't see. Good evening. I'm here this evening as Helen Walsh, community member of Big Bear Lake and the chief officer of the Big Bear Community Maui Relief Fund. I established that as a 501c3 so that we could get nonprofits together to raise money to send to Lahaina. And I am happy to report that to date we have $47,000 raised from this community. I've never been so proud to be a member of Big Bear as I am right now, because this community came together. City Council, you were all there. You donated. You gave your time. I don't remember seeing Mr. Sun. Did you come? I'm sorry? Oh, well, you missed a great opportunity to be a part of the Big Bear community because there were 550 people there. And it was amazing. 16 restaurants, and we had not one expense. And Monica donated the convention center and donated half of everything she brought in on drinks back to us. So all of that money is going to Lahaina at the end of this next week. First Foundation Bank has been amazing. They set everything up for me, and we're still taking donations. I want to hit that 50,000, so I still need $3,000. But I'm getting checks all the time from people. So I just wanted to thank the City Council and everyone and the community. Oh my God, they came out. Who would have ever expected we would have had 550 people? And we put it together in 2 weeks. That's the amazing thing. And Lahaina knows that Big Bear is there to support them. Matter of fact, my next project is to make Lahaina one of our sister cities. And I'm already working on it. So stay tuned. I'm not done yet.
Thank you, Helen. Stephen Jones.
Well, we meet again. Not hearing from you as per our last meeting, I'm guessing you're hoping we will go away or you can avoid maybe an obligation. I guess we'll just start all over again. My name is Stephen Jones. Most people know me in this valley as Jonesy. I've been a resident of Big Bear for 40 years. I'm an owner of 2 businesses, Jones Painting and Village Music. I've lived on Ford Lane twice, once as a renter in the mid-'80s and now currently as an owner. I've seen many mayors and council members come and go. And this issue has been going on for decades, and it's time. Enough is enough. Brief history of Ford Lane. After the city of Big Bear Lake was incorporated, 1980, the state of California instructed the city to install a sewer line on on Ford Lane. We were all on septic tanks at that point. We were too close to the lake, and the city basically demoed the pavement, installed the sewer line. Problem was, and still is, they did not repave the street back to its original state after the completion of the installation. So for decades, we've had to deal with substandard road conditions. And basically, we're now asking the city to complete that obligation of that installation. And Love to see it on the next agenda. We're not asking for immediate action, paving aspect. That's going to take time. We basically just want our street to have safe passage year-round, which would include our street being paved during the winter. We residents need to know that we can travel on our roads safely year-round. We need to know law enforcement, first responders have safe passage to our residents. We're not asking for special treatment, just fair and equal treatment as our neighbors receive. We are sandwiched between two maintained roads on either side of us, and it's very discouraging being stuck on our road as our neighbors are being plowed. Again, it takes more effort to avoid our street because the plowing operation is right there, and the budget has been approved for that area. Our street is short compared to the others. Again, this is discouraging to correct this old issue. Your obligation won't go away. The city of Big Bear Lake needs to make this a priority, at least for the plowing, as we deserve. Maybe as a problem. I guess that means my time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Love to hear from you.
We'll continue to reach out.
I appreciate that.
Jack Cole.
Good evening. I'm a neighbor of Jonesy there. My name is Jack Cole. I reside at 788 Ford Lane. Mr. Mayor, in your email to Mr. Jones, you said property owners on your street voted out to not participate in the city's maintained street program. This is not how I understand the situation. The story that comes to mind is completely different than that. If anyone concerned gets a chance to read Mr. Jones's email sent to the mayor, they should. It explains our situation quite well. In addition, I've lived in the Big Bear community with my wife for 16 years. When I purchased my property at Ford Lane, it was considered to be a maintained street. We received maintenance when it was needed and required. Then over time, the service went from necessary to intermediate to nothing. Today, upon inspection, one can notice remnants of asphalt that was previously there. I'm not really concerned about paving the street right now, but rather recondition the dirt so that we have a passage as well as to plow the snow in the winter. The designation from being a maintained street to a non-maintained street was given arbitrarily by one of the city administrators. Then approximately 2 years later, the non-maintained sign was posted. At that time, all services were abruptly stopped. This makes it quite difficult for passage on our street. Although while travel is made difficult for me, it is nothing compared to my neighbors to the south further up the hill. It is apparent that it is almost impossible to travel the street in the winter. This then brings to mind the need for emergency vehicles required by the homeowners. How are they to be given assistance if the residents can't be reached? Our street is noted on every map and given a notation with a name. However, non-maintained streets on those same maps are just indicated with a line. Shouldn't that be another indication someone recognizes our street as a maintained passageway? I think we deserve the same consideration as the other streets in our area. For a time when the mayor resided on Ford Lane, there didn't seem to be a problem with the work crews giving us service when required. My other question is, don't our property taxes supply the needed funds for roadway maintenance? My wife needs to be taken to required therapy weekly, and the travel over the ruts creates a pain for her every time. In addition to those of us that are here, there are others who have since departed and have tried to show their
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Alan Clark.
Evening, members of council, city manager, city attorney. I'm Ellen Clark with the Big Bear Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here to thank both the city and also our community for supporting our recent 4 Moonridge Mondays on Moonridge Road. They were very successful, and we will be doing it again next year, although our committee has not gotten together to decide the particulars on it. But I wanted to thank the city for the public works assistance that we got and your planning department. You made it very easy for us to do this and got back to me pretty quick on questions that I had. I'd also like to let you know that the reason that the chamber did Moonridge Mondays was actually twofold. One, we felt like we wanted to do an event that was for the entire community, something where people could get together again after the very difficult 5 years we've gone through in our community. And the second reason was to draw attention to potential new business owners as to the economic opportunity that exists on the Moonridge Road. The city did a beautiful job of refurbishing it, and actually during Moonridge Mondays, I had several people from out of town who were there approach the chamber booth and ask about opening a business on Moonridge Monday. And I referred them to the city first to talk to you. But of course, the chamber is there for advice and support to anybody that is looking to open a business in the city or the county here in the valley. So thank you very much, city. Thank you very much, community, for coming out. I just got some stats from Visit Big Bear. In the first week, the first Monday, we had over 2,000 people, and I think we pretty much matched that every subsequent week. We planned for 55 vendors, we had 73. The food trucks were the hardest to get up here, but we kept offering them deals so that we would come through on our promise to offer food trucks. Anyway, thank you so much, community. Thank you, city, and thank you to our generous sponsors for helping it all make possible. So we'll be back next year. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ellen. Vic Obernader.
First, I'd just like to say thank you. This is quite an experience for me. This is my first city council meeting. I came to Big Bear in 1984. I started a physical therapy practice. I was very privileged to start the first physical therapy program at the hospital in 1987, and I retired in 2018. We had our house built in 1987 on Tanninger Drive, and that's what I'm here for. And I want to thank Kendi, I want to thank Bennett, and I want to thank Rick, of course, for responding to my emails. The concern is this, with the new hotel going in, the entryway is on Park Avenue, and I know you did traffic reports and other stuff, and I know you looked into this, but my concern is being on Tanninger Drive, we're already starting to see increases in traffic with the winters and the other stuff and so on. It's been a very quiet neighborhood, very nice over all these years, and I'm hoping to get some signage at the end of Tanninger and Park, as well as Tanninger and Swan, something that might say, you know, hey, local access only, something residents, guests, something that would allow us to maybe have a little bit of privacy down there. I know Rick and I have talked. Rick has a house on Mockingbird, or used to anyway, and had that. And so he knows what I'm talking about. And Kendi came by and drove through there, and I want to thank you for that. Really put a personal effort into this. And anyway, so the point is I'm just looking for some kind of signage, something for residents and guests. I know there's limitations because it is a public road, and I'm aware of that. But there are things that could be done that could potentially hold people back. I'm just thinking once they plug into their Google or their GPS and say, I want to go to Vaughn's, I want to go to Stater Brothers, where's the nearest grocery store, this and that. I mean, chances are it might lead them to Big Bear Boulevard. But if they're asking for the shortest route, it could take them straight down Tanninger Drive. And that's our concern. and even when they're arriving at the hotel. Depending on which direction they're coming and where they're coming from, it could easily bring them up Tanninger Drive. And again, we aren't against cars coming down our street. We're just concerned about excessive cars coming down our street. And that's what I'm here for, is just to hopefully get maybe a little signage, something that might be able to allow us to keep a little bit more privacy in our neighborhood. And that's about it. Anyway, I want to thank you guys very much, and this is it's been quite an experience for me here.
Thank you, Vic. Theodore Trentman.
Two things real quick. Nice seeing all of you. One, after Big Bear announced that they were planning to do something about limiting breeding in Big Bear, a few days after that, after I had emailed all the city council in the city of Los Angeles, they announced that they are now considering a moratorium on issuing licenses in the city of Los Angeles. I mean, they issue about 13,000 licenses in the last 3 years. So I hit up their city council members with what we were doing up here, and that same week they made that announcement. So I would like to think that our city had something to do with that. On the same note, just to remind people about our animal shelter, one unfortunate household this last week surrendered 23 cats to our animal shelter. That's the most cats we've ever seen in our history. The story goes, a young girl decided she wanted to breed cats. She got in an argument with her dad, moved out. Dad took all the cats to the shelter. So it's happening right here. And I hope 23 cats make it out. Very unlikely. Secondly, I'd like to remind everybody that today is National Coming Out Day. To commemorate this day, I'd like to honor one of my best friends, Worthy Paul Meacham, who passed away 2 days ago. Worthy was a youth minister who was challenged to participate in a drag show. And he overcame his fears and participated and found that experience so freeing that he decided to be honest with his church and his community. Worthy ended up being my boyfriend for a year. And over the last 20 years, we talked a lot about coming to Big Bear. He's been up here several times with me, and we had so much fun. Most of the fun was just planning our trip. Always talking about, when are we going to Big Bear next? If you want to learn more about who Worthy Paul Meacham was, you can just Google Mama, the drag queen. That's what it's about, coming out. My last communications with Worthy, I noticed today, he actually liked one of my Facebook posts, posting about my cabin in Big Bear. Listen, National Coming Out doesn't mean that you're accepting gays and lesbians. It means that you're choosing to be tolerant of people that are different than you. And that's all I'm asking you tonight as a community. Be tolerant of people that are not like you. Thank you.
Thank you, Theodore. Dan Gilbranson.
Well, once again, we're here. You know, you can't fight City Hall. It takes time, effort, lots of money, and overcoming their scare tactics and possible retaliation fright, like the Franchise Tax Board and liens. I've been working on my 2 citations for 10 months, not because of the fines or penalties, but for my rights that were violated. But worse, the perceived acts of the city acting like alleged mafia thugs. And you know what? I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend mafia thugs. From the first day of my citation to the administrative hearings, which was nothing more than a kangaroo court where they have two verdicts. You're either guilty or you're damn guilty. They don't care about any personal right issues. So at my Barstow Superior Court, small claims, to my shock and surprise, it was answered by an attorney, Brandon Sanchez. Yet it's common knowledge that attorneys are not allowed at any point or anything in small claims. But it's not over. I'm alleging fraud. I'm alleging collusion between our city attorney and our city manager, and maybe others that are unknown at this time. I'm going to find out how much this costs us taxpayers. City Council, I'm dumping it on your lap, hoping that you're not just a bunch of lapdogs, but it'll happen either now or later. Thanks for not showing 1 ounce at all of any concern about our tax money, let alone any full transparency and or no review of any money out the door. It's wide open. There's no reviews. And that wide open door leaves possibility of corruption. And there's a lot of possibility of that. Because who's watching the hen house? The foxes are. So congratulations. My small claims case proves the city will spend any amount of money, of our tax money, to tear us, to get us to pay. The cannon shot across the bow, we are a charter city. We can do what we want. We have special power. You don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Craig Sheets.
How you doing tonight? I'm not here to fight city council. I'm here to use it to talk to everybody out there. We got a problem going on, and it's pretty abrupt. You got and they went to all the city, right. You saw what I sent you, containers with nuclear warheads in them. They could be put on the sheriff's department, Walmart, anywhere. So I'm going to put out where they're going to probably be put, and I'll explain it to you rather quick. First of all, fire breaks. Spread out, not just Big Bear. And oh my God, it's been a while. I cannot believe how beautiful this place is. I'm down in Brea, California, speaking there. So anyways, fire breaks, service roads. We got that. False container. Okay, those are the dirt roads where a false tool shed could be put. That would be pretty much federal turf. Then you got rivers with hotshot trains going down them. Believe me, I know, I rode many of them. Let's get to the oceans. This is the most important. Sheriff, without rain, what do we have? Nothing. None of us live. I'm not more important. You're not more important. If there's no rain, nothing lives, correct? Everybody's got to have water. Just a question to you. Made it all the way up here. You got oil that could be distributed in ocean currents through ships, ghost ships. I don't know if you've ever heard that term, but I do believe it's true. And it's worship. I think, you go to church, you're worshiping a couple candles on an altar. That's fire. I don't worship fire. I appreciate it in cold weather. Sitting around, maybe at a campsite around here. Most concern is the ocean. And a scintillation counter. This is what I'm talking about. I'm promoting it. Geiger counter. And in classrooms. I think we got a little bit of a radar problem through human beings. Any kind of radar has toxic current going through it. So I'm promoting that through the FBI. So what I'm working on is oceans, forests, children. Hope I made my point clear. But here's the answer, right here, at the ocean coast. So it don't make it up here to the forest. These containers they're real. Trust me. Have a good night.
Thank you, Craig. Bernard Bryan.
Hello, Council. Hello, citizens of Big Bear Lake. Soon you may be approached by the U.S. Census. Soon you may be approached by the San Bernardino County Registrar of Voters to update your voter registration. They're going to be taking counts and numbers because we believe this City Council has approved a redistricting plan with up to 15 to 20% ghost voters on their rolls. And this could be from our elections official, or it could be simply that you all knew this and actually approved it last year. We recently did polling, and this was actually with our recall of Ms. Moat. Again, nothing personal, Ms. Moat, nothing personal, again, to you as well, Erica. 103 out of 126 voters polled said they have no trust in you. 108 out of 126 responded negatively when asked, does this City Council care about the roof over your head? I can be right now from even somewhere like Nowhere, Oklahoma, population zip code 73038, and still run a recall against you. It's amazing that you put your name on top of a lawsuit that we have, which is case number CIVSP 2218531 in the San Bernardino County Superior Court. You put your name on it well after other attorneys had responded because you all are trying to draw us out. To the people of Big Bear Lake and this City Council, you have infringed on the voting rights. You have also constituted the intimidation of voters by releasing sensitive information before an election happened. We have moved forward with plans, and this also, you may want to know this with your office. We've moved forward where tomorrow I will be sitting in Sacramento, California, giving testimony to the Secretary of State and Political Fair Practices Office. Once again, worse than Frank Rush, you guys, we appreciate your service. Please don't run for another term. We don't want to have to throw you out as well.
Thank you, Bernard. Cindy Dupree.
Nice to see you again. I was here earlier. I'm kind of the reminder because I feel and I'm very passionate about the Constitution of the United States. So with the United States Constitution being the supreme law of the land, this requires all city workers, all county workers, all state workers, all federal workers, all law enforcement, all military, all lawyers, all public school administrators, teachers and staff, all politicians, all government appointees to take an oath to serve and protect the rights of the people. There are people receiving parking tickets, receiving code violations, being harassed by the very people that are sworn to protect us. The lack of education in our country has failed, as many of those in their positions are working on the presumption that they are the authority over the people. This couldn't be further from the truth. In certified letters to the City Council, the City Manager, we the people have reached out to inform each of you what is happening and the overreaching, and this behavior must stop. Instead of spending money on a vision for Big Bear Valley, the city should be finding ways to educate, inform, and train the staff about those they serve. For the people of Big Bear Valley, learn your rights, learn who you are, learn your power by educating yourself, your family, and your friends on our God-given rights. All laws passed anywhere in the United States of America that are repugnant to the Constitution are null and void and can be challenged with knowledge. This happens to be Marbury versus Madison, 5 USC, 2 Crunch, 137, 124, 176, and it was passed by the Supreme Court in 1803. Do your own research. There is no time like the present to start taking back our eroded liberties, one person at a time, piece by piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. This is our last public comment on general comments, so if anybody else would like to speak, please fill out a card quickly. Ronald Snow.
I'd like to present to the City Council and attendees the paraphrased article from the most recently published Grizzly. City buys Old Pong's property for maintenance yard. Work to be started soon. Soon. On a $1.3 million purchase. According to our current mayor, in other words, the parcel has been an unused eyesore for years, and the parcel's unique location, both next to the Public Works yard and on the boulevard, provide a rare opportunity for the city to increase the functional and aesthetic value of the land for the benefit of our residents and visitors. Mayor Putz, in the name of beautification, what is a maintenance yard on the boulevard doing for beautification? I may be new to Big Bear, it may be the altitude, but what is a maintenance yard right across from Moon Ridge, where visitors access the mountain have to do with beautification? And our city manager, Sud, states the article staff are excited to immediately work on beautifying this property. Immediately. Whoa. Let's slow down here a second. We're one of the first businesses in Big Bear that the visitors see entering Big Bear Lake, and we've been trying to beautify it for 4 years due to the City Council's continuous roadblocks. Yet, according to the city manager, they're going to do it immediately, starting working on a maintenance yard on the boulevard in the name of beautification. I guess that proves the rules do not apply to the city yet again. According to the article, the city did not provide a current appraisal in the agenda documentation, and neither Sund nor Putz commented on it when asked. How convenient. Good move, guys. A $1.3 million property on the boulevard, wedged between 2 massive propane tanks on both sides. Beautification. The San Diego County Assessor's Office estimates the value under $1 million for the land improvements. And you bought a $1.3 million piece of property that still needs to be bulldozed and built. And we're, probably going to look at more like $2.5 million, $3 million? Why is the city just not contracting on a local company with existing yards? Wouldn't that be a hell of a lot cheaper and benefit taxpayers, residents? This is a small town, and spending taxpayers' money on unnecessary acquisitions in the name of beautification, once again, and meanwhile, local businesses struggle for years with the city in attempts to clean up and beautify on their own dime and at the city's resistance. You know, I haven't been here very long. I've only been to less than half a dozen of these, and all I hear you people do is spend and acquire. How about we hear some more things from you, like cut, and how we do it with less? That's how you run businesses. That's how you build success.
Thank you, Ronald. Rebecca, do we have any more cards? Okay, with that, we will close public communication and move on to the consent calendar. Are there any questions? Would anybody like to pull anything? Otherwise, we'll entertain a motion for approval.
I just had one quick comment on the agreement with Mountain Transit on 1.6. I think in the termination clause, it's a little bit duplicative. There's a 30-day notice, and then there's a 5-day notice. If you just wouldn't mind taking a relook at that. And otherwise, unless anybody wants to pull anything, I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
I'll second. Can you point out which
So
those
under
provisions in the contract? I just want to take a look.
Page 45 of the entire agenda, which is
Yeah, I have the contract, I was just curious.
Item 5, termination. The first sentence talks, 5, termination, talks about giving 30 days, but then the very last sentence talks about giving 5 days.
Thanks, I'll second. I just wanted to read it.
Okay, are we good? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Scobia.
Aye.
Councilmember Moe.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melnick.
Aye.
Councilmember Herrick.
Aye.
Mayor Putz.
Aye. Public hearing 2.1, introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 10.12 of the Big Bear Lake Municipal Code. Mr. Sun.
Thank you, Mayor. At the suggestion of the city attorney, what we'd like to recommend is item 3.5, which is on your new discussion, will actually become 2.1. And I'll explain a little bit. We did the public hearing notice to communicate, as we're required by law, to increase the penalty for parking during snow conditions to 400. The item 3.5 actually has an opportunity for us to add the 400 to that. So if you reference your green sheet that was passed out to you, and there's some available in the back for the public as well, if you go to page 1, page 2, page 3, the 4th page, you'll see a strikeout of what we are recommending to delete and the addition of the $400. And so basically, what we're suggesting is you don't need to take up both items tonight. You can take 3.5 under the public hearing and cover both the penalty, and then I'll go into what 3.5 also had as it related to snow conditions. Does that make sense to the council?
Just to restate, we're combining 2.1 and 3.5 into the public hearing, and those two items together will address both snow conditions and parking fines during snow conditions. Did I get that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Please, Steve.
And just to clarify, the ordinance currently found in your packet under the public hearing item 2.1 can be disregarded. Instead, it's the ordinance at the end of the agenda currently under new business that is to be now considered under public hearing. That's the only ordinance before you tonight, then.
Okay, and the only change to that from what we saw before was the redlined part where, or fines established by vehicle code section 42001 is struck. That's the only change.
That is correct.
So it's very, very minor change. Okay, so just to get out ahead of this a little bit, I do have someone that wants to speak on 2.1, which we'll get to in a minute, but if anybody did want to speak on 3.5, now would be your time to do that as well. So please fill out a card and we'll make sure to accommodate you on this 2.1 item as well. Okay. So Eric, would you like to continue with the presentation, please?
Yes, please, Mayor. So as it relates to the council giving us prior direction, I want to say it was in February, kind of as we debriefed after the blizzard of 2023, one of the things that the council had given staff direction to do was to increase the parking citation during snow conditions to $400. So as we talked about already a little bit in my introduction, this ordinance achieves that. In addition to that, what we would be recommending before you in this ordinance is to mirror the county of San Bernardino as it relates to snow conditions. Currently, the city of Big Bear Lake has a provision in the municipal code that gives the city manager or his or her designee the option to call snow conditions. One of the things that we appreciated with the county of San Bernardino is that between October 15th and April 15th is generally snow conditions for the unincorporated area. And so from a consistency standpoint, and we did talk about this at our kind of our debrief workshop with the blizzard, we are recommending to align ourselves with the county's snow conditions. And what that means is, and to residents, I think it's nothing new. When it snows, don't park on the street. One of the things that we feel will be kind of a good educational component is a lot of our citations go to vacation rental visitors. And when we call snow conditions, I'm guessing a lot of those visitors don't know that we're calling snow conditions, et cetera, et cetera. Keeping in mind that the vacation rental ordinance says don't park on the street to begin with. But with this ordinance before you, what we would be doing is actually signage in all points to the city, bigger signage that indicates, much like the county of San Bernardino, between October 15th and April 15th, we can experience snow conditions and you are advised not to park on the street. I'm simplifying the message, as well as additional points throughout the community where we have signs as well. And so basically, much like the county, when snow accumulates during that period of time, they then enforce no parking on the street. We would be doing the same thing, but what's really, really important for the community to understand is the reason that we do this is so that we can have plow clearance, so we can plow the roads during snow conditions. So at the end of the day, our goal is not to cite you, is to get your car off the street so we can plow the entire street. And in talking with the sheriff's department, as well as the code division and the neighborhood preservation unit, in all cases, we'll go to the property to say, hey, could you please move your car? Because again, our goal is to get them off the street so we can plow. Most of the parking citations that we do deal with, especially from my experience last winter, typically surround the resort. And so a lot of times you have people that I'm guessing are going to the resort and looking for easier ways to park and not pay or closer. But again, the two things that we're bringing forward tonight was, one, the increase in the parking citation as the council directed us to do at February, and then also to align our snow conditions with the county so that basically the whole valley is consistent with our snow operations. I'll stop and take any questions that the council may have.
Questions for Eric? Annette?
Just to make sure I understand, so in 4 days, technically, if this was in effect now, we'd have snow conditions? And
No. Oh, go ahead, please.
No, and that anybody, so I guess I'm confused with
So,
the time frame.
This is a first reading, so it has to come back at your November meeting
Correct.
for a second reading.
Just say if it was in effect fully as of right now, for next year.
Correct?
So in 4 days, that we'd have snow conditions automatically declared?
No, so if let's just say if it was in effect today, between October 15th and April 15th, if it snows, you cannot park on the street during snow conditions. We do not declare snow conditions anymore. That would be repealed as part of this ordinance going into effect. And now we would just be telling everybody in the valley that between October 15th and April 15th, if snow exists, snow conditions exist, don't park on the street.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm understanding, so if we don't get our first snow until December 15th next year, but this is in effect as of October 15th, if someone, a landscaper painter, is parked on the street November 1st, no citation is going to be issued?
It only comes into play, correct, only comes into play when there's snow. So I'll play way devil's advocate. Between October 15th and April 15th, if we get no snow, there's no snow conditions to be enforced because we didn't receive snow.
Okay, and when they issue citations, are they going to snap a picture showing that?
Every citation is taken with a picture of the vehicle parked on the street, as well as their license plate.
Okay. And then just signage, I remember bringing this up in the initial refresher, is that I don't feel that the 3 signs are enough just at the entrances to the city, having one at like Red Ant Hill and just the major areas where we do have issues, especially between Stanfield and Division, having additional reminders in those locations I think would be pertinent to make sure people are aware and that they don't have a fighting chance to get it repealed and stuff.
Completely agree with you. We want to be mindful of sign blight, but we also want to be mindful of properly noticing everyone at different points. In addition to the signage, we will be doing a robust marketing and communication plan. This will not be rolling out until 2024 based on the first reading, the second reading in 30 days. And so much to our position, we'll be doing education between now and the winter of 2024 to communicate those changes. And then those communications will be ongoing as well throughout the year to let people, well, not throughout the year, but throughout the winter to remind people of that. But we will definitely be very diligent in our signage.
And then on the signage, my last question, you would be revising the wording, because right now you have issued when snow conditions exist, you would be, if this passes, revising from October to April.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Rick?
Well, a couple questions and a comment. The first comment is that last year was an incredible snow year, and I know that sometimes we react to things based upon what's in the rearview mirror, and so hopefully we're not overreaching with this. With that said, the definition of snow, and I'm looking at you, Eric, because we had a chance to talk briefly about it. The definition of snow conditions previously was when there was just basically, I'll say, snow about, because I had received a complaint, at least one, from somebody who had gotten a ticket for snow condition parking, although it wasn't as expensive then. But the plowing had already stopped. There was still snow, but there was no need for plowing. So how will you define snow conditions and when that window of ticketing opens and closes again?
So this kind of dovetails into Sean's presentation later tonight as it relates to the TMP. Our general rule of thumb is we plow at 3 inches of snow. The county's general rule is they plow at 2 inches of snow. And so for us, there's two factors. One is if we have 3 inches of snow, we're plowing, thus snow conditions exist, and parking enforcement goes into effect. The other scenario, and I'll use the example of if we know a blizzard is coming Saturday night and Friday it's a beautiful day, but we know a blizzard's coming or a snowstorm's coming, we will, going forward, be communicating to the public that it looks like snow is in the horizons. Please be aware of snow conditions and not parking on the street. And so we'll be doing those mechanisms of communication to the public. Again, I want to reiterate, our stance is not to cite, our stance is to get the vehicles off the road so we can plow. That's our goal. And so we'll be working through, and again, the Sheriff's Department and Code is been kind of already taken the approach of trying to work with the individual to remove their car. But as I indicated before, most of the citations I experienced last winter were resort related, so we couldn't find anyone to move the car because they were at the resort. And so there will be a number of ongoing communications to make people aware of that. The one thing that, again, will go away is I will not be calling snow conditions anymore because when it's 3 inches of snow, we'll begin the plowing process.
Okay, so when the plows stop, the ticketing would stop?
In essence, when we're not plowing, I don't want to enforce. But keeping in mind, there are certain categories, vacation rentals, where that's not allowed regardless of snow conditions. So the enforcement of that would still continue, but the enforcement of parking during snow conditions would not.
And one of the objections previously to the parking is snow play and blocking the roads. So would ticketing continue, although plows have stopped, blocking roads?
Yes, because those are other infractions in terms of blocking roads and so forth that would exist. A lot of our snow play areas are not within our jurisdiction for enforcement, but we would, and a good example that I can remember last year is we had some issues by the senior center, right there by Big Bear Boulevard where people park and kind of come over. And so that would be something that we would work with the sheriff's office on enforcement with their winter TMP team as well.
Okay. And once everything's said and done, we'll get a review of what happened
Absolutely.
from that period of time
Absolutely.
from January 1. Okay, thank you.
Can I get a point of clarification?
Yes.
Because part of the reason I brought this up last February is a lot of the issues we have on the west end with snow play parking, blocking the road, it's not safe, parking illegally. And so my understanding in wanting to increase the fines was that we get people who come up for snow play, they hear it's $100 fine and that's the cost of coming up with their family and playing in the snow. They're not spending other money. And we needed something that was going to be a deterrent for people to not be illegally parked and blocking the road. So for me, it was less about people I didn't see a need to get people off the road for plowing. It was a snow play issue for me. So are we saying that the $400, they won't get that $400 ticket if...
No, that is not what we're saying. So if, to your point, like let's use Boulder Bay as an example that has a problem on both sides of the roads. Regardless, if they're in that window, well, I should back up, they're illegally parked. we will still be able to cite them with the $400 for that illegal park.
As long as there are snow conditions, which is sort of there's snow on the
Correct.
ground. If there's
Correct.
no snow, then it's just the regular $100
That is correct.
ticket. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
So just to clarify, because I'm confused with the time frame. So 10.12.030 under the resolution, parking and unattended vehicles prohibited. From October 15th of each calendar year until April 15th of the following calendar year, vehicles shall not be left stopped, parked, abandoned, or otherwise left unattended on any street in the city. So that, to me, that one sentence, and yes, reading the rest of the paragraph, that one sentence tells me that you can cite between October 15th and April 15th regardless of anything. It's very black and white. Am I misunderstanding?
Let's go back to the purpose if we can, Councilmember Moat. So the purpose, which is 10.12.010, talks about prohibiting parking of vehicles on state and city streets in certain areas of Big Bear Lake to promote effective and speedy removal of snow by the city and the State Department of Transportation and others engaged in. So again, for us, the interpretation is snow conditions trigger this enforcement.
But it's not written that way in the actual ordinance point. It's written very black and white from October 15th to April 15th, no cars can be stopped or parked. It doesn't say with a caveat when snow conditions exist.
Well, you could cite back to section 10.12.010 within that section, which is in accordance with the purpose of this ordinance number.
And then it
So
does.
then you tie the two together, which
Correct.
is during those dates in accordance with the purpose of the ordinance.
And
This is
further,
what will happen.
and further down in 10.12030, it does indicate about 3/4 of the way down, provided such activity does not interfere or delay with the operation of snow removal equipment. So again, it's all tied to snow conditions with this enforcement or with this rule.
Is there an additional link that you could add for people that possibly might get a citation when snow conditions don't exist that tie it back? It's just, I'm taking them separately, and I understand what you're saying as far as the purpose, but refer back and just put some additional
How
verbiage
about,
in there.
to that point, with the first sentence of 10.12.030, from October 15th of each calendar year until April 15th of the following calendar year, vehicles shall not be stopped on any street during snow conditions.
Great.
That good?
Yep.
Cool.
Thank you.
Other questions for Eric? Okay, if there's no more questions, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Again, this is both for this item 2.1 and 3.5, so if you were interested in speaking on 3.5, we are addressing that now. We'll start out with Rick Snow.
Hello, City Council. I hope you're not talking about delivery trucks, landscapers, plumbers that might pull into somebody's house. What? Oh, can't hear me? Sorry. I hope you're not talking about professionals, because when there's snow conditions and there's a plumber pulling into your house, they have no place to go. So just take that into consideration. I'm for the fines. We've chased as many as 100 cars out of our 18 spots in a single day on a Saturday. They park down the sidewalk. Sheriffs drive by, don't do anything about it. So we're, like Councilwoman Perry said, kind of on our own on the west end because there's literally no parking, even though I've been trying to build 50 spots for the last 2 years. Side note. But I'm for enforcing people that are parking all over the place and enforcing the fines. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Carol New.
Hello. I agree with the city council person who spoke earlier. I think that the wording is very unclear, and I think that we do have to be a little bit careful about chasing away our visitors. I think that whatever ordinance you settle on should be very specific and very clear. We have a situation every winter where when the roads are considered to be dangerous to drive on, we have chain notifications that go up that are conditional. Perhaps the signs could say that between October 15th and April 15th, snow conditions could be in effect, and check here, or some sort of way that people could be very, very specific, as well as locals. If I come into the village, I don't want to be getting a $400 fine because I didn't realize it was considered to be snow conditions. And I no longer trust most government saying, well, we're going to be really, really specific, and then once they have the power to cite, they cite. So please consider that.
Thank you, Carol. Excuse me, Dan Gilbranson.
Couple things. Everything seems about money, and yeah, we have problems with people parking places. But not only with that parking on this side of the road, there's also towing. So you're talking about some poor little family maybe having to pay $1,000, $1,500 between the towing and whatever other things there are. I'm kind of one that says make the fine smaller, but give more of them and shorter warnings or things to where the people that are good will get the hell out of there and not get towed. Because is it not true that over by the senior citizen, they get towed? I'm all for parking spaces that, they should have super rights and get them out of their business. I would ask if they, always put up a lot of signs. The second issue is the signs. I don't know how many thousands of signs now say November 1 till April 1. So how in the hell much is that going to cost to change all these signs? And what do we care if we're lined up with San Bernardino County? It's bad enough. But how much is it going to cost? I want to know how much is it going to cost to replace all these signs? Why not just add new ones? Why do we have to keep spending money? Stop spending money. Are there any views on that? That because we're going to just get in alignment with San Bernardino County, how many signs are going to have to be changed? How much is that going to cost? Shouldn't that be part of the issue here? I think it's a crime. I'm sure there's got to be better ways to figure out how to take care of things instead of just charging some of these poor visitors. Once again, there'll be more Big Bear bad reputation. And that's all we seem to be doing. We don't need a bunch of Gestapos running around all the time. But in a business, certain places, give a $100 ticket first. Give that warning. So let's hear about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I don't have any more cards or see anyone else who would like to speak on this, so we will close the public hearing, bring it back to the council for any comments, further discussion, motions. Go ahead, Kendi.
Do we have any idea how many signs are going to have to be changed?
Not at this point, and this public speaker referenced signs that have dates on them. Those are not our signs because we don't currently have a date range. And so we are kind of going back to Councilmember Moat's comment. We are going to do new signage at like the main points of entry. They will be bigger. There will probably be a QR code that we anticipate on the signs so that you as an incoming visitor can get the QR code that also will then share with you, as the other a public commenter made, Caltrans road conditions so that you're in tune with what their requirements are for chains and whatnot, as well as all of the other information related to snow conditions that we'll have on our website. In some of the cases, our signs won't be replaced. They might get actually modified with that language, but I don't anticipate it being a large expenditure, and I also I'm confident that it'll be within our supply budget that's currently within the adopted budget, so I think we'll be living within the budget guidelines that the council had approved.
Annette?
I know, just to Mr. Snow's point about emergency vehicles, that this chapter does not apply to emergency vehicles. What I did not look up was the California Code or Section 165 as to the definition. If we do have roofers responding or land, whatever emergency locals might have, not gas or utility or via sheriff, do we have an exception for them?
I think, well, I don't know if there'll be well, I shouldn't rule out, during the winter, I don't know if you'll have landscapers or roofers, but I think to the point that Mr. Snow made, if I have an emergency at my home that requires a plumber, electrician, or some type of service worker, and they apply or park on the street, again, our efforts are going to be first to ask them to not park on the street, not just to enforce or to tow. We are versed in service worker trucks, so we know, and I can speak firsthand, last year we had some electrical contractors working at a house during snow conditions, and we knew that they were related to that, and we talked to them about please move in their vehicles, and there were no issues. So we'll engage from a communication standpoint, but again, it's not the intent to enforce. The intent is to keep the road clear for plowing.
Okay. And then the only other one that was brought up, I know we, in here, and I don't remember where it is, we have the electronic messaging boards. How about when snow conditions do exist, that we change that messaging to say snow conditions exist as we go in, $400 fine for parking on the streets?
We can definitely do that.
Okay. That might make it really clear snow conditions exist.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from the council? If not, we'll entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion. It was my recommendation of $400 because when you live at the West End, I will tell you that warnings and pleases and $100 fines don't do anything to get people to move off of the road, that you can't get fire trucks through, you can't get ambulances through. It is a safety issue. We were trying to come up with an amount that was a deterrent amount. So the hope is that we don't have to give tickets. The hope is that people understand that it's a $400 ticket and that they don't park there. That's fine.
Excuse me. Please let us conduct our work. Thank you.
The other thing I just have to say, and I realize it is totally out of order, I'm happy to sit down with anybody and explain what the Gestapo did. So if you think that what we're doing is compared to the Gestapo, I have some education I can share with you. I realize that people have a First Amendment right, but given what's going on in the world right now, I have a real issue with that.
And I would be happy to second the motion with if you'll amend it to include that during snow condition wording on 10.12.030.
Absolutely. I would agree with those
then
changes.
I'd happy to
Thank you for pointing those out.
Yep.
Can I just say one more thing? I know it is a little out of order. I do know that on Highway 38 and 330, that there are signs that say that exact wordage, that between October 15th and April 15th, snow conditions are in effect.
Yep.
So people should be slightly aware of reading those signs as they're coming up the hill.
Yep.
Okay. Other comments before we go ahead?
Comment and question, if I could, before we get to the vote. Other resort towns with similar parking issues and rules, was that looked into?
Yeah, so actually when council gave direction in February, when I attended with the mayor the High Desert League of Cities meeting in Mammoth Lakes actually asked to get our draft ordinance because they were at about $100 a pop as well and were having issues, and they too were going to be looking at increasing their fines based on that. So that's the only thing I can speak to is Mammoth Lakes.
Okay. And then the other question I think I have for Steve is, if we pass this and there's unintended consequences that we didn't realize in passing it, how quickly can we revise, stop, or just not implement?
Well, we always have prosecutorial discretion, always. That's to begin with. But if an amendment to the ordinance is required as a result of new considerations, new factors, new facts, it would take an ordinance, 2 readings in 30 days, unless it's an emergency ordinance, because of the public health, safety, and welfare at stake, in which event, upon introduction, it could be effective.
And if I can dovetail off that, Councilmember Herrick, if there are unintended consequences, I will be back in this council room very quickly to communicate that. But I want to also caution that I don't anticipate this going into effect until early 2024, and we will be doing a significant amount of education and marketing before it goes into effect, and then thereafter as well, so that the community is well apprised in addition to the signage communicating these changes. But if there are negative consequences, I will be back in front of council very quickly.
Good. And I understand the issue, but I'm also thinking back. I can't even tell you how many years ago it was. A 6-foot storm came through in one throw, and there was no place to pull off the road. They literally could only cut one lane at a time, and unintended consequence would be issuing tickets during an emergency period when we're just trying to dig ourselves out. And so that might be something that you might want to consider if
Absolutely.
that happens.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm good, thank you.
One more.
Maybe just to follow up on yours, could we give direction to our city manager just to report back to us how many citations are issued as soon as this goes into effect for at least the winter 23-24 season? Just so we
Absolutely.
can stay apprised.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Herrick.
Aye.
Councilmember Moat.
Aye.
Councilmember Segovia.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melnick.
Aye.
Mayor Putz.
Aye. Thank you. Under discussion action items, 3.1 community visioning, Sue Ostrander.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, members of the public. I am going to be introducing Kendall Flint from DKS. She's the project manager on our community visioning effort. She's going to be making that presentation. And then before we break into questions, I want to give you an update on the general plan. So I will, at this point, hand it over to Kendall to start the presentation. Just need to find it up. That one. And I can control it from here, right? So this is, I'm seeing a little one down here that's. Forward. It should, it's not going. Oh, hold on, sorry. That's all right, can I go this way? I can do it that way. I can do it old school, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and residents of Big Bear Lake. It's my pleasure to be back here tonight. This particular community vision effort, as many of you know, is sort of the precursor to a general plan update. And one of the things that was really exciting about this particular project was the massive amount of participation we had from local residents here in the community, as well as folks that have second homes and whatnot. So we were here for a number of days and weeks on the ground, very excited about our online engagement, which also gave people an opportunity to share concerns that were specific to various things that are challenges for them within the city at this point. And we also, of course, captured all of that with our online engagement, tracked the unique number of people that we had there. We did a statistically valid telephone survey, and we also created a vision wall that allowed people to share their ideas for what a vision might look like. This summer in July, we had a series of workshops on a Friday and Saturday where folks were able to come in and take the information that had been presented and come up with what their idea was for a community vision. A vision of itself, the 2 to 3 lines of what that is, it's relatively short, but the point is that when you then move forward with policies that are part of a general plan update, you're trying to find a path to implement that vision. So a vision is set in the future. This is what we anticipate our community to look like and what we would like it to be seen by not only our own residents, but by people that come and visit it. One thing I thought was really interesting, 83% of residents of Big Bear Lake think that the overall quality of life here is either good or very good. But I do want to say that there's definitely some challenges that people have identified, and obviously you hear those on a regular basis at council meetings. But I thought it was really interesting, and I did share with Sue, for a community of this size, this is pretty incredible. We're able to document about 1 in 4 residents participated in this engagement program in one way or another, whether that was attending one of the workshops, riding around with us on the trolleys, seeing us at everything from Wyatt's, learning how to do dancing, to our various community groups. It was a really, really good effort. So we took what everybody said, and I will also say, fun fact, I wanted to try it out myself. We did run some of these through an AI generator, artificial intelligence, just to see what it would come up with. And frankly, the residents of Big Bear Lake were better. So I do want to say this is what came out of that. The jewel of San Bernardino County, Big Bear Lake, is a vibrant and welcoming mountain community that embraces diversity and embraces its full and part-time residents while welcoming visitors. With a focus on preserving our natural beauty, promoting the arts, and supporting businesses, we strive to create a destination resort town, or a destination resort with a small town culture and feel. Our community benefits from its solid infrastructure, quality health care, and responsible natural resource use, maintaining the charm and character of our beautiful mountain town. And this, we felt, obviously reflects what we heard in these various meetings, that people are very interested in maintaining the character of the community, keeping that sort of small town feel, but also there was a lot of discussion about the need for balanced economic indicators. In other words, the ability that you can just as easily go out and buy clothes, and we heard a lot like a bra and underwear, or a pair of shorts, or something that are really resident serving as opposed to the visitor. And there were also a lot of folks that wanted to make sure that there was accommodations made for both art in the community, but also connecting the natural resources that you enjoy in and around the lake. So I want to talk a little bit about the key things that came out of this that would be sort of influencing what might happen with the general plan update. First of all, one of the things that came up a lot was circulation. And circulation really is how people move through the community. And so overwhelmingly, residents told us that they want to address and improve infrastructure and basically figure out ways to make bike and pedestrian access a little safer. If you've ever ridden a bike down Big Bear Boulevard, you know that that can be a challenging piece. So the idea is, how could we make that easier for access? Also, looking to possibly figure out ways to incorporate e-bikes, improving safety and traffic flow on the local roads, those that are not on the main connectors, calls for beautification and increasing of sign code enforcement along Big Bear Boulevard. That was something that came up pretty consistently, and then of course concerns about the quality of local roads. This would be addressed in policies that would move forward in the general plan update. From community design, folks were really interested in maintaining the character as it is today, rather than changing things. So they really like the idea that there are these log homes, there's a mountain feel to things. That was really something they wanted to keep. And they wanted to also support investment in the Moonridge corridor to make it a little bit more diverse in terms of land use, so that you might see more bars and restaurants or things that could be utilized by folks that move into those communities. Overall, the lake is the star of the show up here, and folks want to make sure that the quality of the water, the environmental impacts to tourism, as well as local use are recognized, and that the general plan has policies that would help inform and protect that moving forward. So that is a really important thing. Nobody wants to see the lake damaged or negatively impacted by people within the community or those that visit up. Land use is the big ticket item in a general plan update, and yours is a little old. One of the things you want to hear from folks is that they really want to see that blighted buildings, trash, dilapidated buildings, that perhaps there's policies that can be put into place that would help reverse that trend. What we find in a lot of communities similar to this is sometimes that's absentee landlords, sometimes it's just people who've gotten in over their heads, but the idea is to try to figure out policies that will help that. Addressing homelessness and lack of affordable housing. Many people talk to us, especially some of the residents that have been here for a while, about living in a rental property that became a vacation rental, and then they had to move someplace else. And so there's a real challenge with finding sort of affordable mid-level housing for folks in the area. So that's something you'd want to look at. Lack of stores for residents. And the city is already taking steps forward with this, with the acquisition of an economic development team that's working with you on that, but it's certainly something that folks are interested in. And then also, while people understand that this is a community that is funded by and large by tourism, still wanting to hit that balance. So we do have a situation where we don't want to have so many tourists or so many attractions that it negatively impacts the quality of the lake itself, or negatively impacts the quality of life for the residents in Big Bear. And that's another thing that you can be exploring as part of that going forward. Folks would like to see more things like movie houses, music, art chain. You have a number of really great places now, but they'd like to see a little more. And then again, really trying to figure out those policies that can balance the tourism economy with those needs of the local residents and keep that as a good balance where we can have folks that love to come here and share the beauty that you enjoy all the time, but also making sure that the folks that do live here full time and make this their home are being accounted for. So open space and parks and recreation, that's basically a trend. Let's increase the lakeside green space and amenities and the connections within the community, getting people to and from not only the lakes, but into trails and other areas that surround us in the state parks and whatnot, and increasing parking, or at least looking at ways to help parking at trailheads and other measures that we want to try to see if we can find solutions to taking people out of the neighborhoods to park and getting them closer to the amenities or the recreational opportunities that they're here to see. I would be remiss if I did not mention that several of our young folks really want to see a skate park. And when I say really, it was more like, yeah, we really want to see a skate park. Dude, we need a skate park. So I'm just saying, they want a skate park. That's something you can think about. So next steps moving forward, and just so everybody knows, the results of the statistically valid survey are on the Big Bear Lake Vision website.com. They're also on the city site. So if anybody would like to look at that, it also has what's called crosstabs. So you can look at what people said or what the kind of trends were based on someone's age or how long they've lived here, different things like that. We are providing all the information that we have done up to this point, which includes all the interviews, all the comments, everything else. That will move onto the general plan consultant so that they'll be able to take that and build on that for the next effort should that move forward. This is a really normal way of doing business for a general plan update, because you would do all these to sort of vet what people want to see before you start going off and doing those different things. So I think Sue wanted to make a couple of, where did Sue go? Hiding. You can scare me like that? You know, it's like, Sue wanted to make a couple comments, and then if you have any questions, obviously I'm here to answer those for you as well.
Thank you. So I just want to mention, as Kendall was queuing into the general plan consultant, that's not on the agenda, but because it was on your previous agenda, we are actually going to be bringing the scope of work to the Planning Commission to review and vet that out, and then bring it back to you at your next meeting on November 8th for the agreement. So there's going to be that step, an extra step that is not typically taken, but we're going to be doing that. That's all I wanted to announce, and I guess either both Kendall and I are available for any questions that you might have.
Questions for Kendall or Sue? Okay, no questions then. We'll go ahead and take public comment. If you haven't already filled out a card, please do so. First up would be Steve Finn.
Hello. Within the visioning statement are the words embraces diversity and embraces full-time and part-time residents while welcoming visitors. Great words. Approve it if you mean it. If you do approve it, I think it'd be great to display that vision statement prominently in this building for the public, council, and city manager to see, and it provides a reminder while crafting new ordinances or reforming existing ordinances or enforcing existing policy, that this is the vision of the community. Rules that apply to guests but don't apply to residents would be counter to that vision statement and those particular words. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Rick Snow.
Well, listening to that vision statement, and I know this is not a new idea, but I think you all should reconsider taking over Big Bear Boulevard. You're not going to get your trails and your bike walks and all the blighted buildings because of the 35-foot setbacks, and I think that City Council should consider revisiting taking over Big Bear Boulevard, obviously figuring out how to fund it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Pat Enyart.
Hello, City Council. I feel like this is Groundhog Day. We just keep going around and around and chasing our tails. I appreciate this. I understand. However, Big Bear has been a visitor destination for the last 50 years that I know of. 60. 95% of the working residents here are affected. They are either directly or indirectly related to tourism. You're not going to get a balanced resident and visitor unless, if you want to change what Big Bear is, then you're going to have to do something. You're going to have to invite up other businesses, have them bring some workers with them, but you're going to have to completely change the vision of Big Bear. It's 80% second homeowners and visitors and 20% residents. The people that want to see this even keel are people that are either retired, or they're unemployed, or they're rich. The people that live up here, that are working up here, have to do with visitors. Short-term rentals are not running the economy of the United States. Right now, there are a ton of long-term rentals. We have a ton of them right now. You can get a 2-bedroom for $1,500 a month. There aren't a lot of places anywhere in this county where you can get that. So this affordable housing, what's affordable? Affordable to whom? And why is it the second homeowners that are responsible for creating affordable housing for residents? I don't understand, but some of this is, it's wishful thinking, but it's never going to be balanced unless Big Bear is a different Big Bear. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Dan Gilbranson.
Yeah, a couple of things. One, we elect you people that are supposed to be very intelligent, but yet we have to continue hiring people. We elect you, and then you hire somebody else to, I think, a lot of these could be your job. Why are we paying these amounts of money for something that is, I'm not going to say it, that should be easy? Last meeting, for example, we were going over the mission statement. I didn't bring it with me, but it's a one-page paper. You guys went around for 30 minutes. Luckily, there was one good speaker there, so it was only 27 minutes. But why do you want to change all these things? There, it's done. Forget about it. The only thing I'm thankful about is that you didn't spend $25,000 to do this one-page mission statement, just like on your business cards. What they say, there's, what is it? I can't think of what your statement is on there. But that should be cut off because the last word is not even doable in this city. And then second, there was a lady that wrote in complaining about everything about vacation renters. somebody left a couple of bags of trash Labor Day. Went on about animals, that this place was just going to be a landfill over a couple of bags of trash. She called the city code. They didn't answer the phone on Labor Day. Are you kidding? The code want to rush out there and give fines. As a matter of fact, they want to give them to the guest, to the cabin owner, to the rental company. I think that you'd want to give a fine to all three of them. So anyway, this is what we're dealing with when on Labor Day, it's complaining about you people not answering your phone that minute. When you guys are anxious to go out there and give fines and get more money. So it's kind of funny what some of the things we're dealing with. And that's the part I'm upset about, is stop spending money. Do your job.
Thank you, Dan. I don't have any other cards, so I assume we are done with public comment on this item. I'll bring it back to the council for... This is 3.1. I have you for 3.3, Ted. Okay. Discussion? Comments? I will, if I could, draw your attention, because you all know how I love to publicly wordsmith things. I went ahead and made some slight edits to this. The essence of it is still there. I do appreciate the work that was done on it. I can live with it as it is if others feel strongly that way. But here. I just thought it might be expedient to suggest that version. So,
I actually, I like this version, and we're not far off. I reread our current vision statement, and we're not very far off with this. I like this better. The couple word changes I would add is just the city of Big Bear Lake. I would actually prefer to strike the Jewel of San Bernardino County. I heard that from one resident, and we've never been given that title from the county, and I wouldn't want to take away from our mountain neighbors like Lake Arrowhead. So that didn't sit quite right with me. And then I'd like to support all of our residents, not delineate between full and part-time, and then welcome guests. So I can reread those edits if everybody's liking that or not, but I prefer what this version would be.
So, Bennett, for my benefit, can you tell me then?
So I'd be suggesting the city of Big Bear Lake.
All right, and striking the Jewel of the county.
Is a vibrant.
I got that. And then on the resident part.
Supports all of our residents, not delineating full or part-time.
All of our, okay.
And welcomes guests. If you're a guest in someone's home, you're not likely to trash it versus maybe a visitor. The rest of it I like. And if you want to read it for the public, since they don't have a copy.
Okay, so what you're suggesting, Bennett, is it would read, the city of Big Bear Lake is a vibrant and welcoming mountain community that promotes sustainability and diversity, supports all of our residents, and welcomes visitors welcomes guests. Oh, sorry, I didn't get that. Okay, thank you. Guests. And welcomes guests. With a focus on preserving our natural environment, promoting the arts, supporting businesses, and serving our local community, we create a compelling destination resort while retaining our small town culture and feel. Our community benefits from effective and reliable infrastructure, resources for quality of life, preserving the charm of our unique mountain town, and the beauty and health of our forest surroundings.
Can I say something?
Please.
I like calling them guests, but I actually liked it that it was called out full and part-time residents rather than just residents. So like the full and part-time.
Okay.
That was actually going to be my comment as well. I think part-time people can actually get lost if we just say residents.
Yep.
And so I feel like we're being more inclusive by separating them out than less inclusive.
Okay. Other comments?
The only thing I'll say is I really appreciate the community's involvement and engagement in the process, and all of the different points of views and input we got.
Other comments? How about a motion?
So I'll move to approve the vision statement as read with the correction, just leave the full and part-time residents.
I'll second that.
Okay. Yes.
So on a vision, thank you, that you revised, Randy?
Yes.
With dropping the jewel, changing visitors to guests? Those are the only changes?
That's it?
Okay.
And saying the city of Big Bear Lake.
In saying the city of Big Bear Lake. Yeah. So the changes to that version are adding the city of, striking the jewel San Bernardino County, and changing visitors to guests. Okay. Okay, and I also would like to thank everybody for their help in this effort. I know it was extensive. I got a lot of positive feedback on the entire process, and I do think it, of course, is always easy to criticize things like this, but I do think there's value in periodically stopping, taking the pulse of the community. Excuse me. I recognize that while I would like to think I have a perfect pulse on the entire community, that might not actually be the case, and it's, excuse me, helpful to get other perspectives, and I think this was a useful exercise because of it. And also, I like that it fine-tunes where we're headed. It will inform us and guide us as we go into the general plan, but it's not far afield from where we've been as well. So with that, if there's no other comments, we'll ask for a roll call vote to approve this, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Melnick?
Aye.
Councilmember Herrick?
Aye.
Councilmember Moat?
Aye.
Councilmember Segovia?
Aye.
Mayor Pats?
Aye. Thank you. And Rebecca, I have, if you need it, I have a marked up copy here if you didn't get the edits. Okay, 3.2, authorized professional services agreement for land management software selection services. Sue.
Actually, I'm going to do a little introduction and give it to Sue, if I may,
Okay,
Mayor.
please.
I wanted to communicate to the council and to the public. Normally, this would have gone on consent, but I also have been listening to the public as it relates to concerns of spending money and procurement process and so forth. And so I wanted to be kind of direct and transparent as it relates to this. And so I'm going to kind of back up a little bit. So when I came to the city in September, as we began the budget process, one of the concerns that I heard not only from the community, but from the council was our permitting program or our permitting system in terms of being archaic and kind of not necessarily very customer service oriented. One of the things that we presented in the proposed budget was that we wanted to allocate money to hire a consultant to assess our needs and conduct an RFP for the eventual selection of the software. I've been through a number of implementations of community development software, and what's important is it's a large investment. And so I think, coming off of our discussion with the general plan amendment and the price tag associated to that, I wanted to be very upfront with the council. This company, who's well regarded and has done a number of these similar engagements with a number of municipalities in the state as well as the United States, we interviewed them. They have a unique set of qualifications that we feel would be a benefit to the city as it relates to the assessment and the RFP process of an online program. It's important to note that our purchasing policy as it relates to professional services does give the city leeway in not going out to bid for professional services, excuse me. With that being said, if the council wants to change the direction and let staff know that we prefer everything bid before it comes, I'm completely fine with doing that, but I just want to kind of temper the council that we're about 64 full-time employees. The majority of those employees are in Public Works. Staffing resources are limited, and as it relates to RFPs and bids, again, if the direction is go out and do an RFP to find a consultant, we will follow the direction of the council, but I also want to be very clear, that'll probably add 4 months before I come back to you with what I'm bringing to you tonight. Again, staff has done their due diligence in reviewing consultants, and this one again is what we're recommending. But this is a very, very important investment to the city. It's going to be a program that we use for 20 to 35 more years. And I just want to be very clear to the council, there will be a large price tag to acquiring this software. I'm going to probably guesstimate between $300,000 to $500,000 as the first time cost to implement, and then there'll be licensing costs thereafter. I just want to be very clear to the council as well as the public of what our intent is, why we're doing this, and if you want to give us direction to do something different, we stand ready to do so. But again, I want to kind of arm you with the facts as to what that means from a productivity standpoint from the city. And so I'm kind of done with my introduction. I was going to give it to Sue to do her staff presentation, but I stand ready to take any questions the council may have for me.
Okay, do we want to do questions now or wait for the presentation and do them after Sue?
That's why it was just sort of a foundation question.
Go ahead.
Which is, and maybe, Sue, you'll go into this, which is, what does the software do? And will it make things better and faster and us more business friendly for our community and getting permits done? So maybe we wait till the end. I realize that's a big
No, that's
question.
a great question, and Sue will get into it. What I want to tell you is whatever program we go with will basically become a 24-hour portal for anyone to engage the city on a permit process. And so even when our doors close at 5 or 5:30 every day, you'll be able to log into this program, submit your drawings, view your comments, submit new comments. It will be completely automated so that, in essence, you as an end user don't even have to walk into the building anymore. You don't have to produce blueprint plans. You can submit them electronically. Right now, our system is very spotty, and we're trying to make things easier, but we are on an archaic platform. One of the things that we don't know, and the assessment will tell us, is, there are a number of things, and Sue will go into it, is looking at community development as part of the module, looking at the planning, looking at building and safety. And so we could, at the end of the day, have a program that also replaces our code compliance portal that also ties into land use and other things. So there's a lot of possibilities with this, but using this company to assess our needs and then go out and assess the market available options and then conduct an RFP, I think will be really beneficial. But again, and I don't want to sound repetitive, this is a significant investment to the city, and as the city manager, I recommend doing this because we don't have the expertise in-house to know what's best for us. We want an expert that knows the current lay of the land as it relates to these programs, and again, Client First is definitely probably one of the top consultants for this type of engagement. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Sue.
Sue.
Okay. So there's a couple factors. The system that we have now is broken. It's not supported by the vendors that initially put it in place 15, 20 years ago. It is very antiquated, as Eric had mentioned. For example, when people submit so pre-COVID, we had a lot of physical plans that were brought in over the counter, person to person, that kind of made sense. Because of COVID and post-COVID, we have basically seen our number of electronic plan checks for building permits, for example. It went from 90 to 80% paper plans to that's now 80, 90% electronic. We don't have a system that efficiently streamlines the intake of it, either for our purposes. We're very inefficient at processing it, and it's also very cumbersome and not helpful for our customers. So what we do for our electronic plan checks is we take them in via email. So we get, I mean, I've already explained to Eric, we have at least 10 touches on a building permit submittal because someone will submit the application, something won't be filled in properly. We'll have to go back a couple times to make sure it's properly. Oh, they forgot the valuation so that we can assess the fees. We go back and forth a few times. We finally get the application, and then we can say, okay, now let us give you the link to our payment plan portal on the website, and then give us the receipt when you have paid that. So there's so many touches before we actually take in an application and send it off to the reviewers to start the review process. It's extremely frustrating to our staff. It's super frustrating, I will say, to the customers. Most of them, fortunately, are very patient. They understand our antiquated system, and so that's what we're working with. We have pretty good turnaround times. But I will say we also get a lot of emails in between once plan check is sent out, where people are constantly asking, what's the status, what's the status, what's the status, because they have no way of checking it. So then the staff that I have, they have to stop what they're doing and trying to piece all these emails together to figure out if a plan check is ready to go, to look up someone's status. And then, so it's a lot of work. I'm just trying to paint the picture of what we see day in and day out times, hundreds during a month. So that's just the building permits. So there's a huge opportunity to have a customer portal where people can submit electronic plans at their convenience. They could check the status. But yes, it is a costly mechanism. I mean, when people can make appointments and ask for inspections, and pay their DMV registration fees easier than submitting a building permit through our city, that's kind of embarrassing, and that says a lot. With that being said, there are also legislative changes that are kind of mandating that we have software programs so that people can submit solar permits, for example, and post entitlement permits in an efficient and timely manner. So in my staff report, I mentioned Assembly Bill 2234. There's a mandate that we have something in place no later than January 1st, 2024, and that's based on the size of our county. We can extend that by 2 years, and those findings that are required to extend it to January 1st, 2025 per that Assembly Bill is in your ordinance. Senate bill I didn't include is relating to the solar permits, and that's SB 375. That is also mandating permitting systems be in place. And those legislations also call out specific timeframes by which we have to turn some of these permit reviews around in. The findings, just so you're aware, to extend the time frame is 1, make a written finding that adopting an online permitting system by January 1st, 2024 would require substantial increases in permitting fees, and 2, that the city has initiated a procurement process. So this would start that procurement process. Anyway, the proposed agreement, when we reached out to client first, we've attached their proposal to your staff report. It's $48,585. I don't have much more to add to that, except that I think it would really help make our jobs easier, help make the whole process more efficient and streamlined for our customers as well. I do want to mention, let me backtrack. Right now, we have an old antiquated system that planning is using. Code enforcement is using a different system that doesn't talk to our system, and building permits is using yet another system that was supposed to talk to the planning system, but they don't, just because of the age and the fact that the service providers don't support either of those anymore. So either way, we need to kind of fix what we have. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions? Rick?
So a couple of questions. Let's see. As far as saving staff time, you anticipate that, so there would be savings involved with this, because the price tag's fairly high
with it?
Once the software program is in place, I definitely see cost savings and more efficient staff, and we could utilize those resources elsewhere.
Our current system, is there a cost to it? Would there be licensing fees or anything?
I think there is a maintenance fee. I don't know it off the top of my head. It's kind of nominal, but they don't do anything. And if we want to change anything, we have to pay them extra to make it more efficient and make any changes.
So there is a cost to it?
There's, yeah.
Roughly, I want to go about between $25,000 to $35,000 a year in software subscription costs currently.
Currently, okay.
Thank you.
And I suppose this actually gets down to it once they look at suggesting who to go to. The question might be, are they using AI in it? It's probably too early to ask that question now, but there's possibility of that. And if I heard it right, once we get the recommendation, this will still go out for an RFP?
Yeah, so in the client first proposal, if you reference page 18, there's basically 5 components to their service. One is project management. One is assessment and process review. So they're going to meet with staff and talk about the processes that they currently have in place. Then from that, they'll develop a request for proposal. And then they'll do proposal evaluations and vendor selection. And then thereafter, we would come back kind of collaboratively with Client First to share with you the RFP results and the recommendation of the software that we're all recommending.
Okay. I understand the need. I'm being forced to upgrade my QuickBooks and QuickPay, and I'm not very happy with the results of what I've got to do. So I understand. Okay, thank you.
No, I'm more of comments than questions.
Okay, other questions right now? Go ahead.
Well, first, just a really brief comment is I really appreciate the transparency in bringing this as a discussion versus a consent calendar. I think it's an important topic, so thank you. I'm not sure how to phrase the question, but I'm in reading the staff report, it seems like we know what we want. We want a robust land management system. We want something that captures building, planning, engineering, and code compliance system, better technological, better digital applications. I'm wondering why we can't skip the middleman, essentially, and just make a wish/want list for ourselves and go out to RFP directly for the software.
That's a great question. I wouldn't recommend that as your city manager. I don't think we have the expertise and the knowledge of the current software environment that encompasses this. This consultant, this is all they do, is these types of assessments and RFPs and awards, and in some cases they do project management for implementation thereafter. We're not asking for that at this point. They have relationships with all the different providers that are out there, and so once they assess our needs, you know, in software, there's tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, depending on, you know, the big ones versus the small ones. I think Big Bear Lake is going to fall somewhere in the middle, but I definitely feel that we need someone with that expertise to help hold our hand. Asking us to do it on our own, and again, this is a great discussion, it would stifle production in other areas of community development, and I know community development is already being perceived as not necessarily moving efficiently in customer service related stuff. This is something that the staff recommends.
I would add to that, in previous years, I think the city, through whatever process they did, the city did, select Acela, which is really the Cadillac of the software systems right now, and back then. And it was very costly, and it's probably too big of a system for our size city. So this consultant has that expertise in knowing, you know, and doing the interviews, and their approach is to figure out what we need and help us find what suits best based on today's options and what our needs are.
And I appreciate that comment, Sue, Councilmember Moat and the council. The other thing is that in coming here, we have a couple of programs that we purchased decades ago that we've never implemented and that have just sat on the shelf. And so, for example, our budget software, we actually have 2 different programs, one that we didn't implement and one that we're going to implement in the next budget cycle. But again, I've been where agencies buy something in a knee-jerk reaction, it doesn't get implemented, it doesn't work well, and it then just gets on a shelf and it's a waste of money. And This is a super important exercise to the city of Big Bear Lake, and I want to make sure that what we do and what we select is the best investment for the city of Big Bear Lake, and I do feel strongly that this is the right path to go. But again, I'm subject to council approval.
Could I
One
piggyback
second.
on Annette's question?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I understand that, and I appreciate that they're the experts in how to do this. I guess my question is, if they do this all the time, why do they need 250 hours? It seems to me if this is what they do, they can do a pretty quick assessment with us and make some recommendations. The other question on that one is, I've implemented contract management systems. I'm a lawyer. I'm not an IT person. We always put a committee together that would review what our needs were and then what the different software were. So I'm just wondering if there isn't some committee that the Planning Commission and the Planning Department could put together with potentially 25 hours instead of 250 hours of consulting services to get to a selection of different vendors that we could then look at.
So to that point, I think we do plan on having a team within the planning department that becomes kind of the project team to work with the vendor and talk about our processes, as well as I suspect that we'll be bringing in Planning Commission for part of the evaluation of the proposals. I hear your comment, Mayor Pro Tem, in terms of maybe we can go less hours. We can definitely strive for that with the consultant. What I would ask is if the council could approve the value that's before you tonight with the comment of where we can cut costs, we will. As it relates to being a not to exceed, and your point is well taken, and we can definitely meet with the vendor as part of the project kickoff to cover those elements to see if we can shave some costs off of it.
Sue?
Sure.
If I'm following this, ultimately the software that this would lead to helping us purchase would not just be for planning, but it would be for other departments, excuse me, almost, would it be fair to say at an enterprise level where it would manage multiple departments of the city? Is that accurate?
So in terms of the land management applications, I'll just list a few of them. So there's the planning projects, online plan checks, permitting, online permitting, inspections, code enforcement, online compliant tracking, business licensing, GIS integration, and then parcel/address management. So those are all the different kind of elements that this software could involve and also be accessible from.
It would also be very efficient for the different departments to use the same software. So right now, like I mentioned earlier, the code enforcement, code compliance software program is very different than what the building department uses. So if there's a call that is related to code compliance but might be a building issue, there could be a miss there if the code compliance officer doesn't check both. So now there's two places they need to check if the information's there. We also have engineering permits that are on a different system that sometimes piggyback and translate and should dovetail with some of the things that the planning department is working on for development review permits. So it'd be really nice and more efficient where we don't have to kind of remember off the top of our head, oh, there might be a vacation right-of-way being processed. This way it will kind of make all the departments more efficient when something's happening, and that's just an example. Hopefully that helps.
Yeah, thank you. Other questions before we take public comment? Okay. I have one card. If anybody else would like to speak on this, please fill out a card. Chuck Hicks.
Good evening. My concern is personal relationships. At what point will you guys stop allowing personal relationships to determine how much money you're going to spend and who you're going to spend it with? There is a process for making sure that you get the best price for the product, not the fact that the manager knows the company. You may be able to find a company that can do as good a job, if not better, at a lower cost. One of the things I learned as a federal employee was that we bid for jobs. We put out a request for proposal to find the best individual or company to do the work we want done, not based on personal relationships. That's all I'm hearing. Last week, or last meeting, it was $25,000. Oh, we know them. We've spoken to them. They're good guys. This week, it's $50,000, $48,500. Oh, we know them. They're good guys. They do a job. Personal relationships. That's not how you run an organization. You run an organization to be efficient and effective with the money that is taxpayer dollars. That's my money. That's your money. You can't throw it around, as my wife would say, being Irish, like snuff at a wake. And that's what happens here. Every time there's a personal, what did you call it? Professional contract let without going out for bid on it. Now, as for the new computer system, where's the analysis? Where's the true analysis? We have hundreds of requests a month. What's the cost benefit? How much is it going to cost for each applicant to submit a proposal for whatever contract work they want done or whatever building permit they want done when the cost of that item is $500,000 for the software? That's crazy. Have you figured that number out yet? What is it going to cost per action or transaction? What is it going to cost to use the existing system versus a new system? Maybe if management of the respective departments got their people to work together and do their job, you wouldn't have to get a new system. It does, I mean, this city hall is not 5 miles across like Los Angeles. It's 100 yards, if that. So the manager of planning should be able to make sure her people are doing their job and cross-pollinating on these different issues. To spend this kind of money without an analysis and an idea as to the cost benefit is crazy. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Dan Gilbranson.
Congratulations. That was a great speech. I loved it. What in the hell is going on? Why that it's known we have an antique system, and then we get our backs up against the wall and have to do it now? Did we just get these antique systems? Or was it not known 6 months ago? Because I'll tell you one thing, all I see are tricksters. I see possibilities of cronyism. My friend, I know him, this is good, it'll be done. Where are the bids? I keep seeing this over and over. We're going to have this consultation. We don't need extra bids. That's not how the city's supposed to run. He's absolutely right. What the hell is going on? Just keep throwing the money out, don't get bids, because now our backs up are against the wall because, it's got to be done by the 2024? Why wasn't this process started 6 months ago? It's just brand new, just out of the clear blue sky. Our whole system is failing. Nobody knew that? How many more friends do you have? How many people are you going to say, no, we know him, you trust this guy, he trusts that guy? Well, I don't. And that's not your job. Your job is to bring it here, get several bids. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment on this item, bring it back to the council for discussion. Just to clarify, do you have any personal relationships, Eric, with anybody at the consultant we're
No, sir.
considering?
No, I appreciate the opportunity to respond. As part of our purchasing policy, we have to interview the professional services as part of our assessment process to see if they fit the needs of what we're doing. So when I spoke earlier about we met with them to discuss their proposal, that's exactly what we did. I have no relationship with this vendor, and as I indicated earlier, professional services, our purchasing policy does not require us to go out to RFP. However, again, being transparent, I want the council to give me direction because if the council wants to direct me to go out to RFP, we'll do it. I just want you, the council, and the public to be aware of the time frame that it'll add to that. To Mr. Goldbranson's comments, as part of our proposed budget, we went over this need as well as identified the cost going into the proposed budget during our during our May and June timeframe when we did the proposed budget workshop and covered this. In our strategic priorities, this is one of the objectives that we also highlighted as wanting to do because since I've been here, I've heard a number of concerns about the processing times and just the processes as it relates to community development. And I feel strongly that the software that we currently have, or the lack of software, is a contributing factor to that, I'll say, kind of clunky process.
Okay, thank you. And if I understand, part of this process is to do analysis of our needs and all of that. If anybody looked at the packet, it's a very detailed and long proposal on the work that's going to be provided.
And I appreciate that reminder because the other concern that was brought up is, if it's an expensive software program, what does that mean for the building fees in terms of being increased and so forth? Again, as part of our proposed budget, we identified monies to fund a fee study for the city of Big Bear Lake in this fiscal year. And that will be the process that looks at all of our processes as it relates to our fees within the city. That will be coming to you separately. We will be doing an RFP for the consultant to be recommended. We will be coming back with a recommendation for award. The purchase of software doesn't affect the building permit fees. It's the cost of staff time to process those types of applications that we take into consideration when doing our fee study at a later date.
Okay. And I would just want to offer personally, in a previous life when I was an IT consultant and a software developer, I know from firsthand experience that selections like this can be very complicated, very technical, and it does take a significant amount of work and expertise, frankly, that I don't think we have here in our organization to figure out the needs and navigate this whole world. The other thing that I would offer is, again, I know it's easy to be a critic, and Perry, to your point, I mean, you're a lawyer. If I asked you how long it takes to create a contract and you gave me a number and I said, well, you do contracts all the time, why can't it be quicker? I bet your response would be something along the lines of, well, contracts are different and it takes time to go through it and, all of that. And if I trusted you and your professional experience, then I would probably go with that. Does that make sense?
It does. I mean,
okay. Other comments? Please.
I see the logic of the hours that could go into it, and that's maybe why an RFP might pay off. I mean, if I did the quick math on it, it's about $200 per hour approximately that goes into this. If you did an RFP, the competitiveness might be, well, we can do it in 25 hours or we can do it in 50 hours, and at least you have a comparison to look at. If it's not a rush and it's not too difficult, maybe an RFP is a way to go and try to get what the scope is of what these companies might provide, and then make it a little bit easier to make the decision based upon it. I mean, the $50,000 doesn't buy us the program. All it buys is a recommendation. And then I would want to make sure that the contract is really tight in that the company doing the recommendation has no financial benefit by recommending a particular company. It would be very unethical to do that, but just to make sure that it's very clear in the contract that that's not something that could happen.
They actually state that in the proposal.
Okay, I didn't see that, but anyways, those are my thoughts on it, that the scope might come back different and the price tag might come back. Or you might get something that says, hey, we'll pay $60,000 because we're getting so much more. I don't know. It's
for my comfort level, I'd like to see a couple of competitive bids.
Eric, so our purchasing policy right now is that we don't have to get an RFP for everything?
So, thank you for that question. So, as it relates to professional services, professional services can be consulting services. I'll use the example of financial services, legal services, etc. When you're going out to RFP, you're not awarding low bid. Your RFP has criterias that are related to, does this person, are they the best in this field type of thing. Cost is a factor, but it's not the overarching factor. Whereas with Public Works Contract Code, every capital improvement project must be bid, and state law requires us to award to the lowest responsible bidder. But professional services, and my professional background is in purchasing and procurement for most of my career, and at every agency I've been at, there's always been some flexibility with professional services. Now again, council can say, Eric, we understand that the policy allows it. You don't have to go out to RFP, but we really want to see other proposals. That's part of the purpose of me bringing this forward to you tonight rather than on consent. It will add time, and one could argue, and I'm just trying to give you both sides of the argument, the staff time involved in writing the RFP, administering the RFP, to get to this point again may exceed the cost of us with this vendor that we've recommended to you. That's the other thing. It's a timing issue because, again, we're not staffed to do RFPs for everything. We're going to be compliant with our purchasing policies, and we're going to be compliant with state law as it relates to contracting. But there are some times when it makes sense to find somebody that can do the job, and we don't find anyone else that necessarily has that expertise out there from our due diligence. But again, I stand at the will of the council. So if the council says do an RFP, I have no qualms in doing that. It will be something that probably will take up to 4 months. We may miss the budget window of identifying a cost to set aside to fund a new software development. So, and I'm not trying to be an obstructionist or doomsday, I'm just trying to manage expectations. And so it could be a fiscal year or two before we even get to the point of award, and then we have to implement. And one thing I've heard consistently, and I don't want to sound like I'm banging the drum, is our permitting processes have issues. And so I felt it was a priority. I felt it was in the best interest not to go out to RFP with the vendor that we provided to you today. But I'm also very cognizant of your concerns with spending money. But I also wanted to give the disclaimer that once we find a vendor, whoever that is and however we find it, the investment will be significant for the city for that acquisition as well. And so I just want to prepare the council appropriately.
And as far as, I appreciate the clarification between professional services, and so it's slightly simpler or maybe less complicated for like Sean to put out a RFP for jobs that he's
So here's where it gets into the procurement technical language. What Sean puts out are invitation to bids. So we bid capital improvement projects per the state Public Works Contract Code. And so we have to have certain documents in those bids that are required by state law, performance bonds, bids bonds, et cetera. And then state law requires us to award to the lowest responsible bidder in those types of things. And the same could be applied, as one of the public commenters made, about products. You go out to bid for products, I want X, Y, Z, this quantity, this delivery date, lowest bid is awarded the job. With RFPs, it's not based on cost, it's based on a number of criterias.
Thank you.
Other comments?
I've obviously seen firsthand how horribly difficult the permitting process, planning process is, since we're copied on the Mountain Transit facility, and I've seen others over the years. I still don't quite understand why we need to have this step in this instance, as we know what we need, and why can't we skip this and go directly to an RFP for the actual software? Just make our little, have a committee, I like that idea, and make our wish list. Otherwise, I'd like to compare apples to apples, and I agree with Councilmember Herrick as far as an RFP, because I don't know if somebody, I Googled, there was, for local government software management, there was Ernst & Young, there was Public Consulting Group, there was Resultant, there were so many out there. To just land on this one made me a little bit uncomfortable. And I would like to see other prices.
Again, we don't have the expertise to select the vendor. That's something that I'm going to stand behind. That's why I brought this forward to you. Again, if the council wants to direct us to go out to RFP for this service, I have no qualms. That's at the direction of council.
Other comments? Any motions?
I'd like to move that we go out for an RFP on this.
I'll second that.
So help me get comfortable with the cost and the impact on staff to save how much money?
If I could just
Yeah.
comment, like I mentioned, it might not save us any money, but it might give us a different scope.
So a better proposal?
Right, exactly. That's the whole point of an RFP. It's a request for a proposal. It's the entire enchilada. You say what you want, and they come back with a proposal of hours and time and the scope of their work. You make a decision based upon that. I'm not saying it's going to save money. I'm hoping it will, but I don't know. Somebody might come back and say it's only going to take 100 hours at $150 an hour. I don't know.
Can I add to that?
Mm-hmm.
And for me, it's also the fairness in spending tax money and the equity. And I had one more point. Perception of the community.
Is it fair to spend more of the taxpayers' money to create a certain perception?
To me, we already have staff here that have done RFPs. To put this together and go out to bid is, to me, the right thing to do.
If I could add one more thing, we just brought on an IT specialist who has an MBA, Alan, and he might have some expertise in this as well that he could relate. So, for what that's worth.
Is he in the planning department, or is he available for that kind of work?
No, he's not in the planning department. And that's something that I would have to discuss with Sue. I appreciate that it's a possible resource that we would look at. But again, I mean, I stand ready to do whatever the council wants to direct. So if you want us to go out to RFP, we'll do it. My only disclaimer is, as we continue to get complaints about our permitting process as it relates to our portal, that's going to continue to be that way until we get to a new program to transition to.
So it just strikes me as we're going to make a challenging situation in planning worse, at least in the short term, while we redirect staff resources to work on an RFP. So.
I don't know if
Go ahead.
push back on that a little bit, which is they had to put something together to get this proposal. So what you put together for this proposal can't be that much more than putting that together to go out to a few different vendors who do the same thing.
We didn't put a proposal together for this consultant.
But you had to understand what you wanted somebody to do. So so you put together a list or ideas of what you needed in order to pick a software, which I am absolutely in favor of. I think we need it for our community. I think we get a lot of complaints about the timing and the frustration in communicating with the planning department. So I am absolutely in favor of software that makes this process better and easier and more efficient for our community. But I think that if we already had an idea of this vendor and what they wanted, then it can't be that much more work to put together an RFP.
I appreciate that, and I'm very cautious of not trying to sound like an obstructionist. It takes time, and our resources are already allocated pretty heavily. And so, again, if you give me direction, all I'm looking for is if you want me to do an RFP or not. If you want me to do an RFP, we'll do it. It'll add time. We'll probably come back towards the early part of 2024 with a recommendation of a vendor to go with, based on all of the other priorities that are currently existing. But I stand ready to do that if that's the council's direction.
Mr. Mayor, we have a motion and a second. I think we've discussed this enough. I'd like to call the question.
Steve, as chair, what is my prerogative on that if I had another comment? Is there any prerogative on my part, or are we required to go to vote?
Well, to call the question, I think would take a motion if you have an additional comment.
The motion would take?
A motion to.
For additional
to call
comment?
the question.
Okay, then I'd
That's
move.
my motion. Call the question.
I'm confused.
It's
Do we
not
need a
call-
motion, do we need a motion for me to make a comment or a motion for him to call the question?
In effect, well, a motion whether or not to call the question. You've indicated you have a comment, so if Councilmember Herrick's motion passes, you would be foreclosed.
So he has to give a second on the call of the question.
Okay. It's not how we've always done in the past, but that doesn't mean it.
I know,
But-
that's why
okay.
I did it how I did it.
Okay. So is there a second for that? For calling the question?
Did you still have questions?
Well, I was going to second his,
Okay.
I second that.
Okay. Roll call?
Councilmember Segovia?
Is this on Rick's motion?
Yes.
Do we want to
Yep.
repeat the motion just to make sure?
This is Rick's motion to call the question,
Which means to vote.
silencing
Oh.
me so I can't talk anymore,
Yeah.
and moving forward.
Okay.
So-
Aye.
Okay?
Councilmember Herrick?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melnick?
No.
Councilmember Moat?
Aye.
And Mayor Putz?
No.
It passed.
Okay.
It passed, yeah.
So now, roll call, please.
Councilmember Moat?
Just to clarify, this is on the motion to go out to RFP for
Yes.
this.
Yes.
Yeah, aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melnick?
Aye.
Councilmember Segovia?
Aye.
Councilmember Herrick?
Aye.
Mayor Putz?
No.
And the motion passed.
Okay. Moving on to 3.3.
Mr. Mayor, if you oblige me on item 3.3, vacation rental ordinance, related timeline, in an abundance of caution, in an extreme abundance of caution, in my opinion, I will recuse myself on this item because I have a client which is Cool Cabins, which I do business with, followed by item 3.4, in another extreme abundance of caution. I will also recuse myself on the traffic management plan because I'm sure there'll be discussion regarding Big Bear Mountain Resorts, of which they are also a client of mine. So I'll be out.
Okay?
And also point of personal privilege. Can we take a quick 5-minute?
Sure.
Sorry. Thank you.
I know. I didn't think it would be like this tonight.
I've already started at 9.
Oh, have you really?
Yeah, because Bernard Ryan showed up.
Oh, I know.
Saw him like
Fucking assholes.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get back started. If everybody's fed and watered, we'll continue. Item 3.3, vacation rental ordinance related timeline. Mr. Sun.
Thank you, Mayor. As discussed at our vacation rental workshop that we had, where council gave direction to staff on certain elements of the vacation rental ordinance, one of the things that we talked about was that staff would come back and provide a timeline of those actionable items. So before you tonight, we've got the timeline, and so I'm going to go through it a little bit and give some disclaimers as it relates to dates. So at the November meeting, we will be bringing the fine table to the City Council, and that was discussed as a grid, if you will, of the ordinances, their current fine structure, and recommendations for lower fines. So that'll be coming to you at the 15th. In lieu of that, I had staff pass out, if you received one of these blue cards at your desk. And so I'm proud to say, and I want to give a shout out to Alan Mondragon, that this is our new notice. So as it relates to warnings to permit holders. And so last week, individuals who had their permit expiring in 60 days got an email last week. A week later, they get this note card that tells them, hey, you received an email, check your inbox, it's from GovPilot, in terms of renewing your license or your permit. We will then be sending out an email notice 30 days before your permit expires. Then we'll be sending out a warning on the day of your permit expiring, an email. And then on the 30th day of your permit expiring, we will send out yet another email. So in essence, there'll be 4 emails and 1 physical note card sent to every vacation rental permit holder to give them the warning and the advance notice of please get in the queue to process your renewal. And so I wanted to cover that kind of as it relates, because when we bring the fine table back to you, we'll have those warnings communicated to you. Once you give me direction on the fine table, then we, staff, in conjunction with Best and Krieger, will go back and we'll start working on all of the revisions to the ordinance. And so that goes to my next bullet, that we anticipate coming to council December or January with those ordinance revisions. I want to, and I'm very cautious of this previous action that you just gave us to do an RFP could affect these dates. So I want to be transparent with that because of resources, because I only have so much resources to do so much. And so I'm going to shoot for these timeframes, but I just want to be clear to the council with regards to that. Third bullet, ADU joint study session. And so the discussion of ADUs as it relates to vacation rentals will be a joint study session at your December 13th council meeting. And so we do anticipate having an hour-and-a-half study session before the council meeting on the 13th with you and the Planning Commission to discuss the ADUs, and then council would give us direction to thereafter follow and bring back. Fourth is the R3 zoning discussion. This will be a separate joint study session at January's council meeting with the Planning Commission. I don't want to combine ADU with R3 because there's a lot to discuss as it relates to ADU, and then there's a lot of different layers as it relates to the R3, so I want those separate, but those will be 2 separate joint study sessions that the Council and Planning Commission will deliberate on those. And then as it relates to the dark skies, we will be putting together a package, and we will be taking the dark skies ordinance to the Planning Commission at their January meeting. So once the Planning Commission has reviewed it, endorsed it, approved it, dark skies will be coming back to the City Council. A couple of things that I just want to echo, going back to the second bullet, the fines and ordinance revision. Yes, there are a number of other things that will be integrated into the ordinance. So to relive a little bit of the history, review the ordinance every 3 years. In-person check-in versus digital check-in will be part of that ordinance revision. Spa hours and quiet time will be revised in the ordinance and brought back to the council. Trash, as I mentioned earlier, was another one that we wanted to clean up staff-wise. And then the good neighbor policy, in terms of rewriting that and bringing that back, that would be brought back with the ordinance. And then the last 2, revise and consolidate parking language to make it clearer would be part of that ordinance revision brought back in December or January. And then the last one was incorporating those policies that were separated by our previous Director of Tourism and Economic Development, which had to do with snow, late night check-in, and inactive rental licenses and exterior signage. Those would be integrated into the ordinance revision that would come back to you in December or January. But again, the most important component to that ordinance revision is you giving me direction as it relates to the fines, because that would be the biggest component that we would be managing and changing as well. And so I wanted to provide you with that timeline that covers all of the kind of marching orders that the council had given us at our last workshop. There's no action you need to take tonight other than receive and file, unless you have some direction that you want to give me beyond this, but this is the timeline that we are working to get to you.
Excuse me, Mayor. I'm sorry. Just one little thing I want to point out. The meeting is actually November 8th as opposed to November 15th for the regular scheduled council meeting.
Thank you.
So just something I wanted to put out there for the public.
Questions for Eric?
On the list you just rattled off with the short-term rentals, was that a full list of everything? We had direction on like the film industry and
thank you.
inspection checklist.
I appreciate that.
I didn't bring the note.
The checklist will be part of the fine table. The film permit review or the film permit policy is not part of the vacation rental ordinance. That will be coming back to council probably late in 2024 as its own separate item for the revision of the film permit process.
I think you mean early 2024.
No, my goal is, I say 24?
You said late 2024.
I'm sorry, late 2023. So hopefully we can get that to you in December with that revised policy.
Okay. I wasn't aware this would be a full-time site. So we had things pending like the animal breeding ordinance. I mean, were you looking at this to take into everything or just?
This is just vacation rental ordinance related.
Okay. So then just to make sure, clarify, so the first reading of the ordinance for the vacation rentals is planned for December with a second reading on January?
No, it's planned, it's either coming to you the first reading in December or January.
Okay, because then if I would do that right, if we adopted something in January, we'd have a second reading in February, it would not take effect until March, so it would be effective really for next season.
Well, and the one thing, and I echoed this at our vacation rental workshop, it's not staff's intent to change the rules midwinter, which is the busiest season for the vacation rentals. So the way I anticipate this is that, come the end of winter, we'll have all of our new rules in place, and then when we go to our slow season, spring, that'll be when we, the city, kind of do a lot of communication and education to the vacation rental world of these changes that exist. And so I think it's a lot better to integrate it within a new season rather than trying to change it in the busiest season of the year for them. And so, yes, if we came to you with the first reading in January of 2024, March, April would be when the rules go into effect based on the first reading, second reading, 30 days after, et cetera. But again, it's staff's intent not to change the rules midwinter because it is the busiest time for this industry. And then we'll have better opportunities to communicate and educate as the next big season, which is summer, comes upon them.
Right, and I can understand that. Some of the feedback and requests for changes, though, would like to be taken effect as of this season. And I did not bring my, I didn't bring my notes as to what. I just remember several speakers requesting that, and it was things, I can't remember at this point, but guests for Thanksgiving holidays and different things like that. I did not expect this to take that length of time to.
Well, as it relates to guests, there is a provision in the ordinance that does allow for that currently.
And I'm just picking one. There were so many requests. The list you gave doesn't, I don't think, incorporate everything.
This is a super important ordinance to the city and to the public, and I don't want to piecemeal it. I would rather do it holistically and bring it back. The fine table at your November 8th meeting will be the most pivotal conversation that you have that really builds the structure of the revisions to the ordinance.
Okay, I was just hoping they were maybe minor tweaks is what we had requested. So I'll give up the floor for a moment.
Other questions for Eric? Okay, we'll go to public comment. Pat Enyart. And again on this, if you would like to speak and you haven't filled out a card, please do so.
Hi, I'm a little confused. My understanding is that when we did all these meetings and all those boards and all this stuff, that we were going to come back today and we were going to go ahead and review and see what this person that we paid, $26,000 to do, he was supposed to bring back some suggestions, and we thought that we were going to get some small things tweaked. This originally was about some really strict rules that were laid out during COVID, and we were going to, I thought, going to look at them and kind of scale back a little bit because we're not in COVID times now. And now we're just getting kicked down the line again, and now we still have those really strict COVID rules and regulations. So I guess my question is, what's happened in the last month and a half? It just looks like we're just going down the line, and it's not going to be a tweak. This is going to be a major rewrite, and that wasn't my understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Rick Snow.
I echo her sentiments. There's some people that have been fined a lot of money that didn't have a code violation, that paid their TOT tax, and they got fined $5,000 or $10,000. Bad actors are bad actors, but if people are paying their fines on their TOT tax on time, they shouldn't have to wait 2 or 3 months to settle it. And you guys wrote a good ordinance. It was the way it was enforced that brought everybody out. You know, it doesn't take a brainchild to figure out you should throw some emails and a hard copy in the mail. That would have resolved the problem. You would think somebody making $350,000 would have understood that on the front end. You know, and the only other comment I have is the electronic check-in. I did it before. I'd wait till 10, 11 o'clock at night to literally open up the door. So we shouldn't have to wait for months. Thank you.
Theodore Trentman.
Why can't we just say the emergency ordinance has been lifted? Ted here from BigBearCity.com, where you can list your short-term rental and business for free, whether you're in Big Bear City or Lake. Anyway, I wanted to say that. Today, I'd like to take this opportunity to speak about a topic that has revolutionized hospitality industry, which Big Bear Lake used to embrace until COVID hit. I'm talking about self-managed check-in. Check-ins impacts every one of our guests over the entire year. And that's a lot of people. In this fast-paced world, where technology continues to reshape our lives, the traditional process of checking in guests at large vacation rental companies is being challenged by a more efficient and convenient approach. It's Uber instead of taxi cabs. Self-managed check-ins used to be a game changer here in Big Bear Lake. And then COVID hit. To recap, the experience of checking in guests at large vacation rental companies often involves long queues, crowded lobbies, causes traffic jams on our boulevard, while tired travelers anxiously wait to get their keys and find their rental. It's a process that can be frustrating, time-consuming, and impersonal. However, with self-managed check-ins, we bid farewell to these inconveniences. Guests now arrive with their designated accommodations and seamlessly check in themselves and using digital tools. We offer this very successfully in Big Bear City, where my cabin has 5 stars on our check-in according to guests. So let me invite people who don't want to be bothered by in-person check-ins to stay in Sugarloaf or Big Bear City, where we make check-in very easy. Another significant difference lies in the personal touch. When checking in guests at a large vacation rental company, there's typically a staff member behind a counter mechanically processing paperwork and handing out keys or codes. When we check in people, it begins the moment they make a reservation. We talk to our guests for months. I mean, we feel like we know them by the time they arrive. Ask yourself, do the people in the large management companies, do they really know the guests like we do? It's two different things. You're trying to fit square peg in a round hole. You need to create ordinances that big management companies, that works for them. Now we have new self-managed homes where I'm personally checking in one person a day compared to 300 people a day. So what we're trying to do by making it all work for every home just doesn't work.
Thank you, Theodore. Catherine Commander.
Hi, good evening. I'm a homeowner in Big Bear Lake. I'm currently a full-time resident. I am also a licensed short-term rental operator, and I have had my place since 2020, so I've been through some of the cycle, not as long as a lot of people. And I mean, I loved what everyone has said, and I loved what was said before about being a welcoming place for guests. And you know, when my husband and I bought our place, it was for us and for our future, and now we have a son, and he's up here with me currently, and we love it, and it's our home, and we look after it like it's our home because we're going to have it for decades to come. So when people stay in it, we want them to look after it the way that we look after it, and we vet them, and we watch them arrive on the camera, and if there's a noise alert on the camera, we are onto that because we love our neighbours, we love our street in Moonridge, and we love being a part of the community. And so for us, when things like this are being tabled in the middle of the busy season where we won't be living in Big Bear, we will be renting it out, it's going to give us a lot of anxiety about not knowing this checklist. We've passed all of our checks forever, and now it's like people are saying, they're picking on this, they're picking on that. How do we prepare for that when we're trying to welcome guests during the busiest time of the year when the city depends on you know, having tourism. So I guess I am just saying that I would like to feel welcomed as a short-term rental owner as much as I want my guests to feel welcomed, and I don't want them waiting in the snow with their children who need to use the bathroom and have vomited in the car and all that other stuff, because I've been through that and I like to get to my door and get in. So I think I've made pretty much my point clear, but I love Big Bear and I'm really happy to be a part of the community. So I hope that us all working together really works out well.
Thank you, Catherine. I apologize, I can't read the first name. It starts with a J. Quint.
Good evening. My name is Jerome Quint. I'm a little bit surprised, actually, that 4 or 6 weeks later, after I thought a productive city council meeting, you know, last time around, where you got some really good feedback from a lot of members of the community, that, you know, 6 weeks later, seems like the only thing that was done was a slide with 5 bullet points. You know, I'm super disappointed about that. You know, for Eric to suggest that, you know, we should just go to another winter or a busy season with fees of $1,000 caused by nothing, or by neighbors just complaining for no reason. I mean, I don't know how many of us can go through that. You know, I think the incompetence is just absurd, you know, the timelines. I've worked all over the world in hospitality, and I honestly have never seen this slow pace. You know, I'm amazed by it, you know. Actually quite upset about it. And it doesn't seem to be that difficult to suggest a different fine structure. It doesn't seem to me that difficult to allow, based on the feedback, to change the check-in procedures. It's just, to me, it's pure incompetence. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Jerome. Dan Gilbranson.
That was very good. It is incompetence. I'm having a hard time understanding why they can't have a two-tiered system. If the big companies want to have a check-in at their office, let them have a check-in. If private B&B and people want to do it electronically, are you trying to make it to where it's all one system when both are compatible? If somebody wants to do it one way, let them do it one way. I mean, there's so many cameras and things around. I don't understand the problem and why it takes that long. And also, I wasn't expecting this. I was expecting much more information. Where is it? Do we have to wait? I'd like to know. Why can't we get things moved along? We have a lot of people where there's a lot of money involved in trying to get it going. Not only your codes and fines, which I doubt if you want to lower any of them. I'd like to see that. 1%? Everything I see is unfriendly. All I see are budgets trying to be made. They spend money. Well, last year we got this, and so we got to make the budget, so we got to fill that gap. We want the same budget because we want to spend the same amount. The same thing happens in the school districts. When I worked at my company, every end of the summer, boy, those school districts will have a whole projects lined up because if they spent less money, they were bad people. They wanted that budget every year, so, we got to add 10% on to that budget. And so we got to keep these fines. So I'm really anxious to see how many fines go on the chopping block. Because right now, I think it's pitiful that you're making these poor people come up here and cry and try to lose everything. And congratulations on warning people should have been done 2 years ago. How cruel are you people? I mean, all those fines should be given back. I think it's cruel. But finally, you did it. 3 warnings. Everything's email. It can't be that hard. Unless you use your antique computer system. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Jeff Holoback.
Hi, thank you. I have a suggestion. If this timeline is the best that we can do right now, then why don't, at least regarding fines, why don't we just say that we're going to give warnings instead of fines until the new system or the new code is in place? It's just as easy to send an email giving somebody a warning and telling them what they did wrong and asking them to fix it as it is to send out an email with a fine. Now, when this code was originally drafted and we were having these meetings, and many of you were in these meetings, these questions came up about some of these exorbitant fines. And we asked Frank and we asked Larry Vuppel about these high fines and is this appropriate? And their argument was that it's absolutely necessary because we need this deterrent effect, not for the regular, maybe minor offenders that didn't really mean or didn't have the intention of breaking the code but did anyway. These big fines were for the egregious offenders. And that's how it was sold to us. And frankly, I feel betrayed because our government, our city government, hasn't carried out the plan that was sold to all of us when we were having these joint meetings. So the code itself, the language says that we as a city, we may fine. It doesn't say we shall fine. And that language was purposely used, may, so that we would have the option of deciding when we should be imposing high fines and when we shouldn't. Many of the citizens that have spoken about these issues, at least with regard to fines, their complaints are that, well, it's not fair. I mean, that's the underlying tone in all of it. It's a fairness issue. It's a compassion issue. Our city is no longer fair or compassionate about these issues. Well, if this is the best we can do as far as the timeline goes, then let's just give warnings until we get a new system in place that we can all agree to. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Steve Finn.
In the last council meeting, the mayor complained to other council members that they were supporting consistent enforcement on A-frame signs and selective enforcement on the fines for short-term rentals. I want to say that for short-term rental owners, we are not interested in selective enforcement. We are interested in the elimination of excessive fines for what were called administrative errors and replaced with a better communication system, a time frame for correcting deficiencies, and a moderate or easy fine if we fail in those two categories, and just to wake us up and say, yes, we're aware, we'll take care of it, we won't do this again. Additionally, I want to restate that we need alternatives to in-person check-in. Those are very difficult, and I really like Ted's statement of self-managed check-in. That is a great description of the type of check-in that we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, we'll bring it back to council. Any further comments? Please.
Mayor, and I appreciate the public comments immensely. A couple of clarifications. First off, to Mr. Trentman, yes, we are going to revise it so that you can either do in-person check-in or digital. It will be your choice to do that. That will be part of the revised ordinance that we bring back. And so that is definitely the case. As it relates to, and I totally appreciate Jeff Hollybach's comments, because one of the things that we devoted all of our time to was to immediately implement warnings. The large fines of $2,500, $5,000, $7,500, they all focus on permit renewal or advertising without a permit. And so with this implemented now, permit holders, again, are going to receive 5 communications from the city 60 days out before their permit expires. And so we feel really good about giving them adequate notice, because right now they were getting noticed 45 days before their permit expired. So engaging them at 60 days and then engaging them again at 30 days before their permit expires, and then again, I'm being repetitive, but so honestly, the goal with the city is I don't want to write those citations anymore, because I want to give plenty of abundant warnings to come in and engage the city to renew your permit. And so, to Jeff's point, I think the goal, and we'll see how the goal is, with these warnings, people will engage us sooner and not necessarily not see that one email that they didn't look for that day or whatever. And so that is our goal with regards to that, because again, all the large fines circle around permit renewal and advertising without a permit. And now with these 5 forms of communication already in effect, our first mailer went out today for that group. The goal is we'll start engaging the city sooner than later. And as far as I'm concerned, if you're engaged in the process, we're not going to enforce you because you're in the process to get your permit renewed. The other comment that I appreciated from public comment that I want to bring up as well is we talked about the home inspection process, and we are already implementing self-certification for every renewal that's going through. So you don't have to go back and forth with the city to schedule your inspection. You'll be able to self-certify it as a property owner and communicate to the city with that. When the dust settles for us, we will revisit those properties that we've never inspected before with adequate notice to the permit holder and so forth. But again, I understand the concerns. The direction that council gave, while I know that the intent was small tweaks, a lot of these wants have certain implications, like dark skies is a land use issue. Again, we want to get it to the Planning Commission. R3 is a land use issue. Again, a joint study in the ADU. By all means, after the November 8th meeting with the reduced fines, and to Mr. Goldbranson's point, all of the fines will be recommended to be reduced, and the council will get that recommendation from staff at November 8th, and if the council wants to further tweak those reductions or do whatever, that will be at the purview of the city council to do.
Thank you. Other comments?
Oh, go
ahead. I know there's work to be done, and I haven't been on city council for a year yet, but I've been talking with you for months about trying to fix some of these things that really weren't in existence before you or I got here. Is there some way that we could, until we can, get all the nuts and bolts of it, like implement a self-managed check-in before Christmas?
So, and I'm using this word a lot, not necessarily. I do think, and my hope is, my goal would be to come to you in December with an ordinance. That's my goal. But I also wanted to have a little bit of a fudge factor involved in case, other priorities got involved. With regards to the fine table, when you, the council, deliberate on the fines, because I think, and I'm hearing the temperature, the biggest concern is these hefty fines. And so when you, at the November 8th meeting, approve whatever fines we end up with, what I could do is in December come back with an urgency ordinance to make those fines go into effect immediately, so that the fines are immediately lowered. I need time on the ordinance because there's a number of different revisions that I want to do as it relates to digital check-in, as we talked about, having cameras and retaining some of that video so that we can have that in-person check-in available if we need to find out if they did it or not. And so those are all things that we would put into the ordinance. But off the top of my head, we could bring the fines in November. You could bless them. We could come back with an urgency ordinance in December to implement those lower fines. But I would, and quite honestly, if you wanted to, if we could get everything packaged in December, we could package that as an urgency ordinance and have it go into effect. My only concern is that it does kind of change the rules dramatically mid-season. And I've talked to a number of different self-managed versus management companies that kind of feel like we want the rules to change, but we don't want you to change them midway through the game, if you will. And so that's why I came that way. But if the council wanted me to strive for an urgency ordinance in December with everything, and you wanted us to implement it in mid-season, I stand at the direction of the council.
Because I think that I don't have an STR, but I feel the buildup of the STR owners are looking for some relief. So I don't consider, if we could get something by this December 13th meeting, I don't consider that to be mid-season.
That's fair.
So,
I have no qualms with striving to bring you an urgency ordinance December. If I couldn't achieve that, I would communicate to the council and we'd bring it back in January. But if that's the will of the council, I can bring it back as an urgency ordinance so it can go into effect immediately rather than the first reading, the second reading, and 30 days after.
and it really could, make the guest experience a lot better, checking in whatever way, they want to. It'd make it better for the owners and better for the people checking in, because Christmas is so busy.
The one thing I've learned in my short time here is this is a very important ordinance to this community and to the city, and I want to make sure that we do our due diligence in putting it together and bringing it back, because I think all of our goals is that this will stay on the shelf for 5 years and we won't have to talk about it again for a while until there's a problem. And so I just want to make sure that we have enough time built in to make sure that we deliver you a good product. But again, I can strive for December with an urgency ordinance so that you could implement it sooner than a regular ordinance process.
And I mean, it might not be the whole enchilada, just some things that would help.
I'm going to strive for the whole enchilada so that I can get it to you in one bite.
Okay. I would really like to see that.
Okay, that's fair.
Other comments? Any direction?
Comments. We have not stopped this conversation since I joined council. So my very first meeting was the urgency ordinance in January 2020. We had Measure O. We've had the regular ordinance. We've not stopped this conversation. We started this conversation again this year, and these people have been engaged since the beginning of summer. So to me, this timeline, and I appreciate your comments greatly, we need to wrap this up. So, and forgive me, it's late, and this topic, I'm just tired of this topic, to tell you the truth. I would like to see the urgency ordinance in December, if not the November meeting. If I were to, Steve, and I probably need your clarification, We cannot make any motions regarding vacation rentals, I'm assuming, or fines at this meeting because of the way the agenda is written, or can I make a suggestion?
The most you can do, based on tonight's posted agenda, is direct staff to bring something back,
Okay.
generally.
If we can see an ordinance, an urgency ordinance in December, I won't, but otherwise I'll bring an idea to our November meeting. That's all I have to say.
Other comments, other direction?
And, I mean, just the other stuff can wait. The ADU, the R3 zoning, dark skies, those can all be pushed back a month, 2 months. Those weren't top of mind.
You're saying those can be pushed back?
If we need to push those back to focus the
That's-
energies on getting this ordinance done, those were not part of the ordinance.
I welcome that immensely, and with that said, if I have flexibility to, I'll say, push out ADU, R3, and dark skies to later in 2024 and focus my attention on the ordinance, I'm all on board for that.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure how these other 3 items became all part of.
Because they were part of the conversation when we were discussing vacation rentals.
Yeah, but they were taken out, I thought, so that's why.
Yeah, but
to me-
we asked Eric to come back and give us a plan for how he was going to attack and accomplish all the things that we talked about in that meeting, and that's what he's doing.
So I'm just one, but I would suggest pushing those 3 back so we could focus and wrap up the ordinance.
So Eric, let's assume for a second that we temporarily back burner those bottom 3, the ADU, R3, and dark skies. What would that do to your ability to bring us an emergency ordinance in November, a month from now?
So where I would go, so it helps me immensely, but I still have to bring you the fine table. And that's where you have to weigh in on where you want the fines to be. I can tell you just based on availability and time, I don't know if I could get you an urgency ordinance in November, but I definitely could get, I think with these being pushed out and having the fine table reviews at the November, I do feel confident I could get you something as an urgency ordinance for the vacation rental ordinance in December. I think that's very, very realistic.
Okay. And we don't have concerns about implementing, if we had an emergency ordinance in December, Steve, how quickly would that take effect?
It would take effect immediately, and as always, I also recommend bringing forward a regular ordinance at the same time.
Okay.
But the urgency ordinance would become effective upon first reading and adoption.
So as of that December 13th, it could be effective. Okay, and we are comfortable that that's not too close to the busy season and it's not going to be disruptive to people trying to conduct business? I'll save everybody the breath.
No.
You idiots, what were you thinking doing this in December during our busiest time? Why would you implement this? So we're not going to be hearing that?
Just to ask Steve, so if we make minor, say we don't like every single word in the urgency ordinance in December, we could modify it then and it would still take effect immediately.
Yes, you can modify it right then and there at the council meeting and then adopt it.
Okay. No, I think our busy season really starts on Christmas, New Year's, January, February, March, and this would be great timing.
Okay, perfect. Let's just remember that. Okay, so you're clear on your direction?
Crystal, thank you.
Okay. 3.4, traffic management plan and snow removal overview. Mr. Sullivan. What's that? No.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This evening, I'm here to provide an overview related to the upcoming winter season, specifically related to the Winter Traffic Management Plan and to our Snow Operations Plan. We're going to talk a little bit about the past and the future of the traffic management plan. We'll review our snow management operations as well as talk a little bit about our winter enforcement activities. By way of background, the initial winter traffic management plan was devised in 2017-18 by the Sheriff's Department, by BBMR, and by the city. The subsequent year, they engaged a traffic consultant. The plan went relatively unchanged until last winter, when we again engaged a different traffic consultant to revise the traffic management plan, looking at three kind of major changes. It'd be the Moonridge corridor and the roundabouts, the utilization of the new Sandalwood parking lot, and the renewal of the ongoing agreement between BBMR and Mountain Transit for shuttling. So that plan was implemented last season. We're back here today to talk a little bit more about that. How we got there last season was really a collaborative effort. There was a tremendous amount of stakeholders, meetings, engagement between BBMR, Mountain Transit, the Sheriff's Department, the Highway Patrol, Caltrans, our staff here at the city, as well as Gibson Transportation Consulting. And so really the overview of this is the typical ski season is about 150 days, generally lasts from November to March. Within that season, we think there's about 30 peak or maximum days in the season. The traffic management plan is not implemented every day. It's generally implemented on the weekends beginning around December 16th through middle of March. During the winter holiday, there is an extended period where this traffic management plan is used daily. This year, we're anticipating that being the case from December 22nd through January 7th. And then we'll also cover this program on the Mondays of Martin Luther King and President's Day weekends. For the implementation of the traffic management plan, the big change from last year was the implementation and the traffic control transition from the Sheriff's Department to staff at BBMR. BBMR recruited, retained, trained, uniformed, and put their staff out there in the field. We think it worked well due to during our ongoing off-season conversations. We think that it's only going to continue to get better. Their staff is trained. They have the proper safety equipment to become much more familiar with the operation, so we're excited to see what that does. With that change, pulling the Sheriff's Department out of those key checkpoints and out of those stationary areas during the implementation of the plan, freed them up to do more enforcement and more focused police work to manage the crowds rather than being stationary and waving folks through. And so really the delineating factor for how this traffic management plan will be implemented is prepaid parking or free parking. Prepaid parking is sold through the resorts. It's available through their website for purchase up to the weekend. The prepaid parking will be primarily in those two base lots at each resort. The primary base lot there at Snow Summit, the primary base lot there at Bear Mountain. And again, related to the traffic management plan, that will be the delineating factor for these days that the plan is in place. Folks that don't have the prepaid parking or are using the free parking will be directed immediately to those off-site parking lots. The biggest change kind of visually for last year was those off-site parking lots in the order in which they were used and loaded. The primary focus now is getting folks into the Sandalwood and Fox Farm lots as the preliminary and primary focus. Between those two lots, there's about 2,000 parking spaces. So between sending folks there, between sending the prepaid parkers to the base of the mountain, we believe that gets the biggest chunk of vehicles off the road first thing in the morning. Once those lots fill up, we'll then segue into the Brownie lot and into the Moonridge lot. And it's important to know that shuttling is available to both resorts from all parking lots. So there's not a determination that a visitor needs to make in terms of what resort they're going to and what related parking lot they're going to be using. Here's a map quickly outlining the parking lots. Again, it shows there on the upper part of the screen the Sandalwood and Fox Farm lots. We have the Brownie, we have the Rathbun or Moonridge lot, the two base lots there. The Backward Look lot is also referenced. That's another lot owned by the resorts that's not actively used. And then it's worth noting that the area there in red that's identified, that's Summit Boulevard between the Boulevard and Garston, and also Garston Drive. That area is highlighted in red, and that's the area that we intend to keep clear from resort traffic, resort shuttling and all, to allow service to the hospital, allow service to the Clean Bear sites, and the other critical areas of focus in that particular part of town. Again, the prepaid parking is available through the resort. I think it's generally only on the TMP days. It's not throughout. It's worth noting that I think that did more or less sell out most of the weekends last year. So again, a lot of activity and a lot of interest in using that. As we're loading those lots there on Sandalwood and Fox Farm first, what you see here is a quick kind of overview of how vehicles will come into town. So your early morning traffic, if folks are coming in from the east, they'll be directed to turn right onto Sandalwood and directed right there to the Sandalwood lot. Vehicles coming in from the west will be directed eastbound all the way to Fox Farm. That's the primary signal for the left-hand turn for folks coming off the boulevard to access those parking lots. As those parking lots begin to fill up and we begin to transition to those other lots there, the next lot would be Brownie, which would be loaded off of Moonridge Road there at the boulevard using that signal. As Brownie then fills up, vehicles would then push further back up into the Rathbun lot. So again, a very similar layout, a very similar flow, and a procedure for loading the lots as we utilized last year. This is just a kind of big picture overview, seeing all the lots there at once. Summit Boulevard continues to be a kind of confluence. Folks are generally directed there first because that's kind of where they think they're going, or they think everyone should go right to the base. And so that area, between feedback from the Sheriff's Department, the staff there in the field, we've got a better handle on how that operates, but a lot of it still comes back down to human nature and whether they're following GPS or that's just the way they've always been going, they go that way. What we call the penalty lap worked well last year. If folks turn onto Summit and they don't have the prepaid parking pass to go up to the lot, they're turned right onto Brownie and right back to the boulevard to follow the sequence into those other lots. And so generally, I think the feedback was it worked well. As the season went on, not only did the resort staff and the folks that were implementing the TMP get more comfortable and see some changes, but I think the resort users started to see it more as they catch on recurring and return visits to the properties. This is a quick overview of the parking space availability. Between all of the lots, there's an estimated about 5,800 parking spaces there that are available for the resorts on a daily basis. Work is underway on the Sandalwood lot now. They're doing some additional final improvements. We think that number of 1,500 is attainable this year. We don't think they quite got that last year just based off of the layout at the time. So again, we think we'll find some additional parking relief within those available properties that they're already using. This is a quick overview. Again, as I mentioned, the resort staff at BBMR will be undertaking all of the TMP implementations. So that's message signs, stationary signs, the traffic control devices, their traffic control techs and staff. They have obtained all of the equipment, all the signs, all the materials they need. And again, their staff who are working in the field and working on this program have all been put through appropriate training. My understanding is that a lot of the folks that did this role last year will be put back in the same or similar positions this year. Again, building continuity and familiarity with the process to hopefully provide a better user experience both for their visitors as well as throughout town. A couple of changes for this year. One of the things we're looking at doing, and as part of the plan is a changeable message sign will be deployed out there at the dam as folks are coming up the front grade into town. It will offer an alternative route across the North Shore and through Fawnskin as an alternative route to the parking. What that would do is send folks across 38 to the North Shore, bring them around on Stanfield and right into the Sandalwood parking lot. Anecdotally, we don't know how many people will take advantage of it. We don't know if we'll see some pickup or catch on with the mapping programs, but we certainly think for folks who are familiar with the area, who are just trying to get straight to the parking lot, this provides at least a viable option for them to get where they're going, provides another way of looking at how you can get there with the intent of hopefully providing some relief to folks there on the west end of town where we know the traffic really picks up shortly after they get through the dam and are working their way through Little Arctic Circle through town over to the resort areas. So that sign will be placed out from the time we implement the management plan this year, and we'll continue to monitor it and see how it goes. Additionally, one of the things we implemented last season, kind of midstream that we wanted to call attention to, is we'll be using a lane taper on Moonridge Road at Clubview. The intent of the plan and the way it's designed is we want all the resort traffic headed to the Bear Mountain lot to go up Moonridge so that they're kind of going clockwise if you think about the way Moonridge and Clubview kind of leave the Moonridge corridor up to the resort and back. The idea being that if the vehicle traffic for the resort visitors are going up Moonridge, it keeps Clubview clear for the shuttling, it keeps Clubview clear and accessible for the folks that are going into that area. Historically, during the snow and during icy situations, Clubview is quick to have slide issues or other things that delay the shuttling. So again, we found that separating, for the most part, the shuttle traffic from the vehicular traffic generally seemed to work well. BBMR was really responsive. They do have a staff that's pretty much stationed there every time this is implemented, trying to sort out between residents, trying to sort out between folks who have the parking pass that allows them access to those base lots. And really that's the last point of a reasonable turnaround, so that if I'm headed to Bear Mountain, I don't have a parking pass, rather than getting all the way up to the parking lot there, being then sent back all the way down, you're able to use the roundabouts there to turn them back around and send them back to the free parking area. So this worked generally pretty well last year, and our intent is to continue with that again for this season. One of the biggest changes, again, that started over the last couple of years is BBMR has worked directly with Mountain Transit for their shuttling operations. This year, Mountain Transit has increased the number of vehicles. Last year, they had 12 full-size buses. This year, they have 14 full-size buses. that are dedicated exclusively to resort shuttling operations. This doesn't take away from the ongoing service that they're providing throughout the community. Additionally, BBMR will continue to use their vehicles to support on peak days for additional shuttling services. One note that Sandy Benson and Mountain Transit wanted to point out is due to some changes in configurations, the Red Line trolley will serve both Bear Mountain and Snow Summit, so folks who are using the free trolley service throughout the community don't need to integrate with the parking shuttling service. If you get on that trolley, wherever your pickup spot is, they will get you right to the base of both resorts, which we think is a nice option for folks getting there to, again, alleviate some of the traffic. MountainTransit.org would have those route schedules and more information related to that. Again, one of the pieces here that we want to look at, and the map doesn't always tell the full story, but the idea of separating the shuttles from vehicular traffic helps to increase headways, helps to manage the effectiveness of the shuttle. So what the map shows is some of the areas that vehicles will be going. And so again, back to the point of if we can keep the resort users on Moonridge Road, we can generally keep the shuttles on Clubview to allow those to operate unobstructed. So some of the routes that are identified there will be where those return shuttles are coming back so that they're able to get to the parking lot quicker to maximize the movement of passengers. On non-peak days, which would basically be the Monday through Friday, except for around those holiday periods, BBMR will do what you've seen in the past, some stationary signage, minimal staffing out there directing the visitors to the parking. They believe the parking will be primarily on site at both resorts. If they do have to activate any of the off-site lots, then BBMR staff would use their existing shuttles to move those folks as needed. Again, last year and kind of how they've done it all along, the resort will offer communication to their guests through their social media, through their email channels. And when you pre-purchase a ticket or when you make a reservation to come on a day, you will get an email that provides updates on where parking is, how to obtain prepaid parking, things of that nature, so that hopefully folks who are coming to visit the mountain are equipped with the proper information and kind of background they need to hopefully manage this and navigate it appropriately. Kind of tying into this as well as the overall operations, staff met last week with representatives from Caltrans to really talk about traffic signaling, traffic signal operations. We see at least 3 kind of key intersections that have been historically problematic during the winter season. That would be Big Bear Boulevard at Payne and the Village, Big Bear Boulevard at Pine Knot, and then given the impact of Big Bear Boulevard at Fox Farm on the left-hand turns going into the resort area there, we called the attention to Caltrans of these intersections. They're pulling the timing sheets, they're pulling the data, and basically we're having an exchange of ideas between our staff, between law enforcement, between folks at Caltrans to figure out how to optimize the flow of traffic so that we're allowing the east-west traffic to move appropriately, but also not disregarding the other pedestrian movements of their left-hand turns. And so we don't have anything finalized on that at this moment, but it was a really productive meeting, really a lot of good feedback and exchange of ideas. So I'm optimistic that as we get into the busier season, we'll see some tangible changes that can be implemented on these lights to help, again, overall move traffic a little more quickly and a little more efficiently. I'm gonna stop there. There's 2 parts to this. This is traffic and resort operations. The next part will be snow. So I think it'd be prudent if there's questions, comments, anything related to resort parking operations, now would probably be a good time. In addition to myself, Wade Reeser, the president and CEO of Big Bear Mountain Resorts, is here to assist with any questions that I may not be able to answer.
Questions for Sean?
Thank you, Sean, and thank you, Wade, for coming. 3 quick questions. Is there still going to be a shuttle between the resorts? Sorry, Wade.
I needed to stand up. And also, Sean has a second career as an auctioneer, I think. Yes, there will still be an Intermountain shuttle.
Okay. And then last year when I was watching the traffic flow on Moonridge and I saw the implementation of the cones, there was no signage before the cones started, so people got trapped in the cones and were forced up Clubview. So just to make a note that you might want to have some kind of directional signage before they even start way in advance so that people aren't automatically pushed into that, if that makes sense.
Got it.
Okay.
There is signage at the first roundabout telling you, don't go any further, turn around here. That didn't normally help, and there was usually not a sign, there was usually a person at the entrance of the cones because that's where we were letting the shuttles in, the employees, residents, but yeah. we'll look at that for sure.
The person was kind of hit and miss,
yeah.
So it just depended on the day. And then the map where you showed the routes, just to remind everybody that the use of Crestwood is to be limited as much as possible. It's not a connector street, and we have so many residents that will gripe again. So if we could possibly use Evergreen to Summit, use Evergreen to the south Crestwood, but the north Crestwood between Brownie and Evergreen would be really nice to limit that. So, and you already know that. Thank you very much.
Other questions? Okay, you want to continue, Sean?
Sure can.
Thank you. Eric, did you text him? Okay.
Very good. So the next section of this presentation is just a quick review and overview of the city's snow plowing operations. This evening on the consent calendar, City Council approved two key components of how we operate during the winter. One was our acquisition of rental equipment, and the other was the approval of on-call contracts and vendors to provide the services. We'll allude to portions of that during this, but really we go back to the implementation of snow and ice clearing and removal. The city has a couple of key objectives. Our objectives are to maintain access to and for emergency services. We want to provide reasonably safe driving conditions during the winter, and we want to maintain access to business and services. Generally speaking, snow plowing will commence when snow accumulation on city streets reaches or is anticipated to reach 3 inches. There's a couple of key areas where folks measure. Obviously, we know that there's some kind of microclimates here where just because we've got snow in one area doesn't mean that we have snow everywhere. So that's generally our rule of thumb, but obviously it's an iterative process. We'll send folks out on snow watch. We'll look at various parts of the community. We'll look at the forecast to make sure we're making the right decision in terms of how we mobilize and activate for snow plowing. Essentially, once we start, our efforts will continue around the clock until the streets are passable and no additional significant snowfall or accumulation is expected. Historically, as we've done, we shared this every year, the city for plowing purposes is split into 11 districts. 4 are undertaken by city staff and rented equipment and city-owned equipment. 6 are undertaken by contractors, and 1 is performed by staff from Big Bear Mountain Resorts, which is primarily that area there around Summit Boulevard. Roughly speaking, the way these are distributed, they're not geographically the same size, but they're based upon plowing time. Each district can generally be done in about 10 hours, depending on the snow volumes. Last year, with the major accumulation, that slowed down quite a bit, but typically about 10 hours under our typical circumstances. This equates to about 1 typical shift. So when we go into continuous plowing operations on an ongoing cycle, residents, businesses, folks can expect a plow to pass by their street in their neighborhood about once every 12 hours. Between the city staff, we have about 30 field staff. We're supported by a little bit of our owned equipment as well as the rented equipment that was approved earlier this evening. With contractors and the folks that are doing those areas under contract, we assign them to specific areas and assignments. The contractors are responsible for furnishing all staff and their own equipment. So on the right-hand side, there is just a quick list of kind of the generally available equipment that staff has for implementation for snow purposes. One item that I will call your attention to is the rental equipment from last year is about the same as what we had, and we felt like we had appropriate rental equipment. If you look at our list of on-call contractors for this season compared to last season, we have some additional folks that are being added to it because not only are they doing certain plow routes, but even trucking and snow hauling or other things that we do there. So our intent was to really maximize the amount of resources that we have available for the city, knowing that the conditions can vary at any point in the season. And just because we have the on-call of contracts doesn't mean that anyone's guaranteed work or the city is encumbered in expenditure by executing these agreements. All it says is, hey, we're ready, available, here's the information that we have or the equipment that we have, and if and when we choose to activate them or use them, the insurance is already in place, the rates are already negotiated, the contract paperwork's already squared away so that we're not starting from scratch, but really, in a pinch, we have a list of folks that we can call to mobilize to help support our efforts. So again, the city will dispatch plowing crews to all city-maintained streets. The city does not perform snow plowing on non-maintained streets. As I mentioned, our routes take approximately 10 hours to complete based upon the conditions. When snow plowing is taking place, snow is pushed to the right-hand side of the road and the intersections are cleared. We all know that the pushing of the snow to the right-hand side of the road will create a snow berm. Typically, the snow remains on the side of the roads, but for a few circumstances. Snow is removed from the village and the Moon Ridge corridor. That includes the sidewalks, that includes the parking areas, that includes the parking sections along the streets. The public parking lots within the village area, snow is removed to the extent possible. We'll either stack it, we'll haul it, we'll remove it to open up those spaces as long as possible. The sidewalks along Big Bear Boulevard, those are ultimately cleared, not just the snow pushback, but we do go ahead and remove that and truck it off site. And then depending on the amount of accumulation, we will assess the cul-de-sacs depending on storage capacity. The idea being is that we try to leave snow there to the extent possible, but we also understand that some of those get a little tight. So when the situations warrant it, snow would be removed from cul-de-sacs to ensure that we maximize the mobility of folks on those impacted areas. Once we get done with the snow clearing and the street plowing, we move on to berms. The city's berm reduction policy is unique to the San Bernardino Mountains. Generally, berm reduction commences only after the roads are deemed passable and clear. It's important to note that berm reduction is just that, it's a reduction. It's not a removal of the berm that is left behind as a result of plowing. It's really regarded only as the additional snow that's above and beyond the snowfall base. So again, our berm reduction somewhat depends on the volume of a particular storm. If there's a storm event of 3 inches or less, we won't be activating any berm reduction services. If we get somewhere between 3 and 10 inches in an event, residents can expect a reduction of somewhere between 50 and 80% of the accumulated berm. If we get a little more, somewhere between 10 to 16 inches, we strive for a minimum of 50% of the berm reduction, or reduction of the target. And then if we go above 16 inches, again, we target 50%, but it all kind of varies based on the conditions. And these thresholds are directly extrapolated from the city's berm reduction policy. Timing of berm reduction can vary based on conditions. I mean, if we get a 3, 4, 5, 6 inch storm in one sitting, we're able to get the roads cleared overnight. Berm reduction may begin that following shift, that following day. If we deal with significant snow events where there's continuous snow for days on end, much like we experienced this last winter, berm reduction may not begin for several days. Berm reduction follows the same route in the cycle as our street plowing. So if we start somewhere for street plowing, once we mobilize, the berm reduction will start in the same place. So generally, folks should understand that if they're at the very beginning of a street plowing route, they would be at the very beginning of a berm reduction route, much like they're at the tail end of a particular street plowing route. That's where they would fall in terms of berm reduction. Snow poles are a very helpful tool to ensuring that we are able to perform proper berm reduction services. They are pursuant to the written policy required. However, over the years, we've kind of transitioned into a sign of life basis where if there's no poles, but we see lights on, we see a car in the driveway, the team will hit those berms while they're out there in the field based on what they can see and manifest there in the field. It's also important to know that residents do not need to call to request berm reduction services. We don't maintain a list. We don't maintain a hierarchy or an order. Again, those berm reduction folks do follow the same cycle, the same sequence as the plow services. There's not many situations, if any, where we might deploy a berm reduction team ahead of where they would be on the normal cycle or the normal circumstances. Talk a little bit about fiscal impacts. What you see here before you is a comparison of this fiscal 22-23 winter versus the preceding winter. We had about 118 inches of snowfall this last season compared to 42 inches the year before. And what you see here are our line items of our heaviest expenditures for the winter operations, which are our rental equipment, our staff overtime, and our on-call contractors. So what you can see is the total snow removal and management costs for last winter, 22-23, were just under $2.4 million, where the year prior they were closer to $665,000. A couple of things that are worth noting. Most of these funds are budgeted within the street maintenance and snow removal section of the Public Works budget. These are predominantly a general fund expenditure. We do, with our finance folks, are tremendous at helping putting this all together. The state of California does reimburse about 50% of our costs associated with snow removal from streets and intersections. Those costs are generally comprised of staff time, overtime, rented equipment, contract services, anything that really builds into the costs associated with snow removal. In addition, some of the work that we do on Big Bear Boulevard, predominantly the removal of the snow from the sidewalks, that's done under a direct contract reimbursement from the state. So we perform those services just like we might hire a contractor. We're the contractor to the state on those. And so activities such as those are reimbursed on a direct dollar for dollar basis. Kind of Moving into winter enforcement, which has been the way we've done things over the last several years, there is a budget for overtime and additional sheriff's personnel with the support of our neighborhood preservation officers. Will be deployed to areas of high visitation on weekends and holidays to assist with keeping order, enforcing parking restrictions, enforcing illegal snow play, enforcing traffic control and vehicular activity related to the TMP. Historically, those areas where the extra resources are deployed are Boulder Bay Park, Aspen Glen, Picnic Area, Cherry Lane, and the Village. Some tips here. These are kind of things that go out in our annual winter information guide. They'll be on the website. They'll go out in some of our other communications. Really, the number one is just for folks to not park on the street during snow conditions. You know, vehicles obstructing the snow plows really slow down our efforts, but they will be subject to ticket and tow. We ask folks not to place items in the right-of-way. Trash cans of those can be placed out, you know, as close to collection as possible. That really helps to keep the area free and clear for folks, for our operators to continue moving. We would ask that, you know, children stay in the house or as far away from the street as possible when this heavy equipment's out there. One of the things we ask folks to do, and it's really helpful, is we ask folks not to try and contact our operators. It creates unsafe conditions for those folks that are out there sometimes in the middle of the night in the plows by themselves. It also pulls us a little bit off of the schedule. We would ask folks that if they have questions or concerns related to the snow operations to call us over at Public Works rather than try and make contact with the folks in our field or in the field. And then one of the other things, especially what we realized this year with that back-to-back continuous and ongoing snow. Certainly, we understand folks have places to go, things to do, and we respect and appreciate that. We would just ask folks if they're seeing the forecast for ongoing and continuous snow to manage their expectations in terms of their clearing of their driveways, their clearing of their properties, so that they can come and go as they need, but also understand that our ongoing snow plowing efforts are going to continue to create berms. They're going to continue to push snow back onto the property when we look at those multiple days on end storms. And so we did get a number of calls, and I certainly feel for the folks where, hey, I just got my berm cleared, I just got my driveway cleared to get out, and you guys have come back through and pushed it back in. And so it's certainly an unfortunate situation, and finding that right balance between how we continue to maintain the roadways, but also understand what the residents are doing. So we would just ask them to be mindful of that as they're, you know, expending the effort or the funds to keep their driveways clear, that our plows are going to continue going as long as the snow keeps coming down, and just to keep that in mind. You know, communications as we get back into the winter season, as we find ourselves looking at snowstorms and operations, we'll continue to push out information related to all of our operations using the city's website, the city's newsletter, social media. We'll be using text, photos, videos, whatever we can to get the message out. I think Rebecca last year really did a fantastic job of finding different ways to draw attention, finding different ways to get that information out there. And really, I think we've got great coordination with those other impacted agencies and folks that can support us, especially Caltrans. We were in a pretty good ebb and flow of sharing and pushing out their information related to road conditions, and they would push out cities information, you know, to their audience. And also there was a lot of good pushing out of information. So I think we really hope to continue down that path as we get into our winter operations this year. So really the next steps, other than waiting for the winter to come, the on-call contracts, the rental equipment that were approved this evening, we'll be taking care of the paperwork. We're getting that all executed. Our target for having everything ready to go is November 1st. So we'll see equipment rolling up the hill shortly here. The contractors will be ready. We're going to continue to work to prep our personnel and our equipment to be ready to go. And we'll continue to work with the resort and the sheriff's department as we start to see the resort activities pick up and get into that traffic management plan. So really that concludes that portion of the presentation. So I'd be happy to take any questions or comments related to the overall snow operations.
Questions for Sean?
Just one. I was under the impression we'd be discussing the berm reduction policy in detail.
So we provided you with an overview of the berm reduction policy as well as a handout that was given. The way it's agendized right now, you can give us direction on any changes that you would like to see with regards to berm reduction or for snow operations.
Okay. After the winter of 2021 to 2022 storm, I had requested the berm reduction policy because I think it's a huge service for our community. It's a huge win for people, and when it doesn't happen, it's very frustrating for them. I think our berm policy is, I like it. I think it's too detailed and specific with regards to inches and snowfall and things like that. I'm not prepared to have a full discussion on it at this point. So I'm not exactly sure what direction to give. Otherwise, I would like to have a better discussion, not within a presentation. So I just would like, I guess, more clarity and consistency and to figure out a better way to provide this service with it being a win-win for staff and for residents, because right now it's not. So, any suggestions maybe?
I think we look to the council to give us any direction as to how you would like us to revise the berm policy if you have that desire to do so.
Okay, so I guess the current policy says orange poles. We moved away from the policy to signs of life without a policy change. Signs of life could be a vacation rental. So are we doing berm reduction for vacation rentals and not just full-time residents? Our policy states that reducing berms and driveways approaches aids full-time residents, the elderly, persons with disabilities, second homeowners, visitors, etc. It's a huge service that people love. This last winter, it did not happen without, there was a lot of back and forth. There was a lot of no to berm reduction. I think we're too specific with when 3 to 10 inches of snow has fallen, residents can expect a 50 to 80% reduction. I know you personally went out there and measured a few, which people just don't want that. So, and I'm not being very eloquent in my speech right now because it's late. I just would like to see us provide a better, more effective berm reduction policy. And I don't know exactly what direction to give right now. And I know it's mixed feelings amongst council, so.
So if we could focus on questions, and then we'll take public comment, and then we'll get into discussion. So other questions for Sean before we get into public comment? I don't have any cards. Would anybody like to speak on this? Mr. Gilbranson. Welcome back.
I was wondering about the carts from, Big Bear Disposal. If they're left out in the street, are the snow plows going to hit them? I mean, is there going to be I'm going to be asking for what the different code fines are. I've heard of, they have to be behind a fence, they have to be different things. And I was just going to try to get a list of what those fines were and if they've been worked on. The gal at Big Bear Disposal doesn't particularly like me. Oh, I got extra minutes. She called the sheriff on me, and so I kind of questioned why that happened. It seemed quite weird when I was just trying to figure out what was going on with all these trash cans. And so I was just wondering what that policy was going to be for that, because if it's anything like last year, there is going to be no trash cans out there, hopefully.
Dan, did you have comments on snow removal or snow operations?
Yeah, that was part of the problem, I would imagine, wouldn't it be, if, with these huge carts they have. But your presentation was great, and it sounded good. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Any other comments? Okay. Discussion or direction for staff?
Can I just provide just a little bit of texture, I guess, to the conversation? After working at the ski resort for almost 2 decades, I honestly don't believe that there's anything that we could put on paper that is going to help. People hear what they want to hear, and I don't think you'd come up with a policy that's going to make everybody happy. That's it.
I guess my direction, if it's agreeable, is for staff to be lenient when people come and ask for berm reduction, to not go out and measure and say, well, it doesn't match this, we're not going to do it. If you block somebody's car in, if they're elderly, if they need to get out, they need to get out. And if we could please have that nicety and flexibility to go back out and just do it versus going back and forth with them, I would greatly appreciate that, and I know a lot of people would too. So,
Couple points of clarification, if I may, Mayor.
Sure, go ahead.
So first and foremost, the comment was made about the orange poles and then followed up with quality or sign of life. So we berm reduce all the residents as we go down. And so we don't look at it as a vacation rental or a guest or whatever. when people call, and I was actually working the phones myself during the blizzard and taking calls as it related to berm reduction, the majority of our calls were people that, and Sean made this point earlier in his presentation, why aren't you doing my street or my house for berm reduction? And our comment was made that we start at one end and then we eventually work to the other end, just like we do for snow plowing. And so a lot of our conversations were, if by the end of the day you haven't been berm reduction, then please call us. But I have faith in staff in terms of them being fair and going down the road to everyone. Just for clarity purposes, I never measured any berm reductions. I think the conversation you're referring to is when we plow, because we were having the discussion about 3 inches. Berm reduction is not a science. It's, as Sean indicated, it's between 50 to 80% for that first bout of snow. Thereafter, it's 50%. We will do our best to accommodate everyone, but I think we all realize what people are asking for is not berm reduction, they're asking for berm removal. And we don't offer that service per the policy, it's berm reduction. And so we are very cognizant of that. We will make sure and provide due diligence to them, but we don't let someone jump the line, as Sean indicated. We start from one end and methodologic, how do I say it? Thank you. We work our way down, and so I think that's important to know. But the other thing that I noticed, and I think it's an interesting point, all of the complaints that we get during the winter on our Public Works hotline are related to berm reduction, and the other component to that is everyone that's calling, and I'm not discrediting anyone, they all have a medical condition, and that is the complaint to the city, that I have high blood pressure, and I'm looking out my window and I see a berm and it's not gone, and we have to, and our staff is very well trained on, we don't provide removal services, we provide reduction services. The point that I can't drill enough, and we will be communicating this, is people get frustrated because they have their driveway removed, especially this year with the blizzard. 2 nights later, there's 4 more feet of snow there, and we plow and we create a new berm, and the calls that we get, like, I just removed it and you came back and you did this, can you come back? And the answer is, when we get to that point of berm reduction, we'll hit that again and we'll do it. But your point is taken, but I just want to make sure that I manage expectations in relation to that.
So I'm curious, are you suggesting more berm reduction or berm removal?
I am suggesting better berm reduction. So not to have these measurements. And to clarify, the measurements that you took were when the berm pushed the snow onto the private property, how far back, and I can think of the exact house. The other one was how much of a percentage the berm was reduced, and 1 car was fully blocked in. So there's 2 specific instances. So what I would like to direction on is, if we're going with signs of life, is that we correct the policy to match that. If that's staff's, how you're operating right now, the policy should not say orange poles if that's not what we're doing. So we should at least clarify the policy to correct it with how we're actually handling it. So, but I'm looking for better berm reduction, and whether that's additional berm reducing machines right after the plows. I'm sure there's something out there that we could do to solve, but if you don't think there's anything in writing we can do, then just be lenient. When people ask for it, they're asking for it for a reason. So, and just to be nice about it.
Is there any consensus on that, or what's the feeling of the council?
Well, I'll just give a comment regarding it. I've been doing it for a long time, since I was a kid, getting out there and removing the berms. I think the policy we have right now, I think for the most part works. Nobody's going to be extremely happy with it because it doesn't really get rid of the berm. You're still going to have to deal with it. But as long as it's not 4 feet tall, sign of life, I think, is a relatively good idea, except that not all of us are home when the big storm hits, and our only way of showing any sign that we need a berm reduction is to have those orange poles out there. So I think the orange pole policy needs to stay. Just all I got to say is do the best job that we can. A lot of towns don't do any sort of berm removal. I don't think Mammoth does any berm removal. You have to have a separate company come out and knock down your berm and take care of your driveway. So I think what we do is good, unless there's some other direct idea of how to make it better. But it's got to happen relatively fast. I mean, if you've seen them, it's generally a bobcat comes in, cuts it very quickly, and then they're off to the next place. And there's not really enough time to really do a phenomenal job. And it is frustrating. I hate it when I go back out there and the plows come by and like, but, you know, it's part of living in the mountains.
And, I mean, just one, so the berm reducers, when they have the little bobcat, they're putting it to the south/right side of the driveway, not the left. So when I read about it, how they do it in like New York City and the East Coast, they put it on the left so that when the plow comes again, they don't re-push that berm into your driveway. So that would, and I understand it's for efficiency, you're on the side of the street, you go push it across, but the East Coast pushes it to the side that the plow's not hitting first, if that makes sense. So there's little details like that. I wasn't prepared to have a full conversation on it. I had some ideas, but.
So sorry if I have a conversation with
Yeah.
her. So I don't understand. So if you're facing the driveway, they push it to the left side?
Yes. And that way, when the plow comes, they're not re-pushing
Yeah,
what
no,
you just
yeah,
pushed back
yeah.
into your driveway. And I see it happen at our house all the time. And that's why, so I was reading about how to do efficient. You know, you've got that little gate, which we don't have those, and et cetera. So it's late, and I wasn't planning a huge discussion on this, but there are ideas out there on how we could improve service. So for now, if we're doing signs of life and poles, to make sure people still have the poles, we should at least clarify the policy to correct that too.
Other comments? Any direction? Okay. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
We already took care of 3.5, so that moves us on to comments, announcements, and additional city business. We'll start with the city clerk.
I have no comments tonight, thank you.
Okay. City attorney?
Nothing tonight, thank you.
City manager?
I have three things. I'll be brief for the sake of time. So first, myself, the mayor, council member Segovia, and Deputy Director Sean Sullivan attended the State of the County that Don Rao hosted. It was a great event, giving overviews to all 5 districts, and it was great to be there to support Supervisor Don Rao. One thing that I wanted to follow up with, and I know there's been some public comments regarding this, at the July 12th council meeting, the city approved a resolution accepting the grant deed for the purchase of the property 42106 Big Bear Boulevard, or more what commonly known as the old Pongs lot. A couple of things that I want to communicate to the public just to make sure that everyone's got facts. And so this property came available through a probate process. The property owner had passed away, unfortunately, and it went through probate. We saw the opportunity of a vacant a parcel that abuts the maintenance yard. Our maintenance yard footprint is significantly small. It's a very funky space in terms of its narrow, wide, and then narrow again. This property coming available gave us a really unique opportunity to look at expanding the yard, but also, as a previous public commenter made, beautifying the boulevard. And so one of the things that we're going to be doing, we're out to bid, or I think we've actually closed the bid on a demolition of the property. And so once probate finalizes, which it has not done so yet, so I have not bought the property yet, we will be, and most likely it'll be on your November agenda to award the contract for demolition. The first step that we want to do is remove all the blight from the property. And when I say beautify, what I'd like to do is do some landscape frontage that's there just to make it look better than it is. What's important to note is we have no intention of using the whole parcel for the maintenance yard. We have an intent of wanting to expand our maintenance yard, but we also see a number of economic opportunities on Big Bear Boulevard itself with the parcel. And so, as I indicated to the Grizzly, we're looking at kind of 2 opportunities, one to expand the yard and the other one to look at economic opportunities down the road for the city as it relates to the frontage on Big Bear Boulevard. And that can be a lot of different things. It can be relisting it to be sold as a smaller parcel for economic development. It could mean that the city could look at doing some type of development for workforce housing, retail. I mean, the options are limitless. But I think the first goal was to make it look better than it has for the last 10 years. And that will be in accordance to all of our policies and procedures, so we're not doing anything different than any other applicant would do in terms of going through the process of demolition and so forth. But I wanted to kind of get that on the record, and I agree, and I appreciate the community comments, because in the future, this type of sale will put on new discussion so we can have a little bit more of a robust discussion with this from a public standpoint. The other thing I want to take note, Sue did this at our presentation for Community Planning Month, how community development is going to be looking at some opportunities to engage the public, to get them familiar with our permitting process, meet our planning commissioners. The other thing that I think is imperative is for the city manager to get out there a little bit more with the community. And so mark your calendars, because October 26th from 7:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m., we will be at, and we're going to market this so you'll see it on social media in a press release. We're going to be at Moonridge Coffee, and we're going to do cinnamon rolls with the city manager. And so this is an opportunity for the public to come, ask me anything they want to ask me. My executive team will be there as well to help answer any questions that the public may have. We'll have an agenda to communicate some stuff, but at the end of the day, I really don't want to have an agenda. I want the public to query me and ask me things. The goal is to do this 4 times a year, so quarterly. Right now, I want to focus my attention on a little bit of Love to Moonridge corridor, and so we're engaging Dank Donuts to make cinnamon rolls for the city manager, and Moonridge Coffee to provide beverages as well. And so we'll be sending out a press release, and there'll be some other communications communicating this, but I wanted to communicate that to the council as well as the public. And with that, that's all I have to report on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll start to my left with Mayor Pro Tem Melnick.
Just a couple of things. A West End advisory committee had been brought to the council a number of meetings ago. We've decided to do an advisory committee as opposed to an ad hoc committee, but our rules of order prevent me from having the city assist in doing any messaging or seeking people to be involved in the committee, because we have the 20-minute rule. So I'm asking the council to waive the 20-minute rule so I can work with Eric and city staff, so I can get out some messaging and get some people so we can actually get this committee off the ground. Eric and I have spoken about it, and I trust that he will put me in check if I am overusing city resources and city staff. That's not the intention. So I would ask for permission from the council to be able to get started on the advisory committee. The West End needs it. And I need more than 20 minutes of time. I don't think that needs to be an agenda item, right? Because it's not like a... Please tell me it doesn't.
Can we provide
I don't
consensus?
think so. Yeah, to get council approval for that, no.
Well, they just have to say I can have more than 20 minutes
Yeah.
of time.
I have no objection.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're all consensed.
Thank you. And the other one is, and I am sensitive to city staff time. Eric and I have also spoken about this, and I've had conversations with multiple people in the community, which is I would like to propose an agenda item to bring, to talk about the city taking over Big Bear Boulevard and what would be, what that would entail and what the options are there. So I would like to propose that as an agenda item.
I will second that because we had the discussion already. So there's a lot of research.
I will third that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And given the time, I'll leave it there.
Okay. Councilmember Herrick?
In light of the time of the evening, I have nothing.
Okay. Councilmember Moat?
Updates on Barwa. We met Wednesday, September 27th. Barwa received the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award from the Government Finance Officers Association. So kudos to Christine Bennett, a former city employee and our new finance officer, and David Lawrence, our general manager, and our staff for getting that. We issued a resolution to express our appreciation to the late John Green for his service as a Barwa board member. We appropriated monies for a roof replacement, but we'll be discussing it further because the bids came out higher than we expected. We also have a Replenish Big Bear Ad Hoc Committee. So Larry Walsh and I met and received a full presentation on status. And rather than go into it, I have a copy of our general manager's most recent report with financing, revenues, expenditures that I'll give to Rebecca. And anybody that wants a copy, they can get it from her. And then go to replenishbigbear.com for a copy of the full presentation and everything else. And then attended the California League of Cities annual conference from Wednesday, September 20th through Friday, September 22nd. And just to add for the record, the council members were in attendance. Personally, the only time I experienced a quorum was when carpooling with council members Segovia and Herrick to the conference, and no city business was discussed. Thank you.
Councilmember
I have
Segovia?
nothing.
Okay. Just quickly, I enjoyed attending the League of California Cities conference a few weeks ago in Sacramento, and especially enjoyed the quality time I got to spend with 3 of my council members and staff that attended as well. Last week, I attended as alternate for Rick the SBCTA meeting down in San Bernardino, and the highlight of that was celebrating their 50-year anniversary. And I also represented the city at the 60th anniversary of the Palm Springs tram, and was honored to present a proclamation celebrating that with one of our neighboring organizations, if you will. Okay, with that, can I assume, council, that we will go back into closed session and continue our closed session work? Okay.
I'm not interested in that. I don't think we're going to wrap it up in 40 minutes. And we had a time limit of 10 o'clock when our meeting started at 6. And we've been here since 3:30. So I personally don't think 40 minutes is an appropriate amount of time to finish. But just my comment.
Okay. I would like to at least go to 10. How do others feel?
I agree. I'm good with it.
Okay.
Not ideal, I have to be up at 3:30, but I'll do it.
Okay. Are you good till 10, Rick? Okay. Okay. Can you hang in there with us till 10? Okay. Thank you.